I mean, test. Oh, so I'm going through the whole. Okay. Okay. So through here.
morning, everyone. My name is Gordon Wallace, Deputy Chief with the Howard County Department of Fire and Rescue Services, located here in Central Maryland. Thank you all for being with us for the second annual Lieutenant Nathan Flynn Training Day. This year presented us with great challenges in preparing for this event. The training committee began meeting in the fall of 2019 with the intent of developing content and being able to offer hands-on training for our personnel. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic required us to adjust our plans. We had discussions about whether to postpone or even possibly cancel this event altogether. The committee decided to move forward in the training in order to fulfill our goal of remembering Nate and the ultimate sacrifice that he made 2 years ago today. This event is a tribute to Nate's dedication and passion for training. Thank you all again for helping us honor and remember Lieutenant Nathan Flynn. Before we begin, a couple of messages. First, a message from Howard County Department of Fire and Rescue Chief William Anishevsky.
Good morning, and thank you for taking the time to join us for this virtual education moment. I'm Bill Anishevsky, Fire Chief for Howard County Department of Fire and Rescue. The reason we are here for this session is near and dear to me for many reasons. First and foremost, Nate was one of ours. The loss of any firefighter is tough to take, but when it's one of yours, that cut is a little deeper. Second, I happen to be the acting fire chief the night of that fire, and going through that process was certainly the hardest thing I had to do in my career. But later that night, when I had some time to process, I made a promise that the loss of Nate would not be in vain. We, as a collective department, and the fire service in general, had to learn from this tragedy. We had to make adjustments in training and our policy, and we had to carry out the legacy of Nate. And this is why you were here. This is why the instructors of this course have committed themselves to share their experiences and what they learned from this so we all can improve. Today, one of the presenters you will hear from is Lieutenant Josh Burchick. Lieutenant Burchick was on the rapid intervention team on the night of that fire and made the grab of Nate. You will hear about the experiences of that team, the difficulties they faced and had to overcome, and what they learned from the future. You also hear the impact that day had on them. I am sure you will find this program informational. Take the pieces that you learn and share them throughout the fire service. Be a part in building that experience and learning bridge to gap those unknowns that are so deadly to us in the fire service. Another means that was near and dear to Nate, training. Again, thank you for joining us, and I hope you enjoy the presentations today. Stay safe.
Thank you, Chief Anishevsky. And now we will hear from Celeste Flynn, Nate's wife. Celeste has been intimately involved in the ongoing development of the Nate Flynn Training Day mission and content.
Hello. Hello, and welcome to the second annual Nate Flynn Fireground Leadership Training Day. For those of you that were with us last year, we're happy to see you back. Those of you that are new this year, we thank you for joining us and sincerely hope that you see this day as a valuable investment of your time and choose to keep this date on your training calendar year after year. I am Celeste Flynn. Nate was my husband and the father to our 3 young children, Tegan, Connor, and Brecken, as well as stepfather to my sons, Alex and Gavin. Nate died line of duty on July 23rd, 2018, after falling through the floor during an active basement fire. The idea for this training day started as we approached the 1-year anniversary last year and as a way to somehow control the feelings that we all had about that date. As you can imagine, July 23rd was a life-altering day for me and the kids. It was the day that we shifted from fire service family to fire service survivors. I changed from fire wife to fire widow. Our lives went from being relatively private and shared with only our close circle of friends and family to being very public as we grieved alongside the department and many in the state and region. I had so many questions of my own and struggled to help the kids understand all that had happened while trying to hold it all together for the viewing and for the funeral. I haven't told many people this, but I spent the first few nights awake, listening to the Fireground audio over and over, listening to the Mayday, trying to understand what went wrong and when. It probably wasn't the healthiest use of my time at that moment, but for some reason it felt like the right thing to do. I'd watched Nate listen to audio over the years and study many Mayday calls. I knew for a fact that he would have been glued to his own trying to understand it. After the funeral, I asked to visit the scene. I needed to see the house and be able to appreciate the sheer size and scale of the operations that night. I needed to put a visual to the audio that I'd spent so many hours studying. I walked through what was left of that house, retracing as many of Nate's last steps as I could. It was tough, I'm not going to lie, but I knew I had to do it. And I say it was tough for me, but I know it was also tough for everyone there. I don't think they knew what to do with me and my list of questions. And I'm sure walking me through Woodscape, the rubble there that day, was the last thing Captain Matthews thought he'd be doing when he showed up for work that week. But he did it, and he and the rest of the team there with me that day patiently answered all of my questions. When I think back to that day now, I can clearly see how pivotal it was in getting us to where we are now and in kicking off the second annual training day. So while the actual plan for this program didn't start until last spring, the energy and the foundation behind this program really began that day in what was left of Woodscape. We all left that day with a different level of trust, respect, understanding, as well as the knowledge that we were committed to working together and communicating and collaborating as much as we could to do the best work possible for Nate. That all grew into a plan to turn July 23rd into something positive to honor the way Nate lived instead of just remembering that he was gone. Last year's training occurred just after the ISRB report was released. I shared with the group my feelings on 6 critical minutes in the timeline published in that report. These are the 6 minutes that passed from the point that Nate fell through the floor to the point that his air pack data showed significantly reduced respirations and no more movement. Lieutenant Burchick will share some views and data on air consumption in his material today. And while you're looking at that, I want you to know that Nate still had air in his tank. Nate also kept his mask on and sealed to his face. The discipline and willpower he showed in the final 6 minutes of his life will continue to amaze me. Last year, I asked all of you to think about those 6 minutes on a daily basis and how those 6 minutes changed Nate's life, his family's life, and the lives of so many others in the department. I also challenge you to find 6 minutes each day to do something to make you or your crew smarter, stronger, or more disciplined. And I hope that you took those 6 minutes as seriously as Nate did. And if you did, then I hope you feel good about the almost 40 extra hours that you invested in yourself or your craft over this last year. And I wish I could give you some kind of certificate or card for those hours, but I can't. So all I can do is offer my thanks for any number of the 6 minutes that you put in and for taking my challenge seriously. After all, you don't have to listen to me. I'm not qualified to tell you anything about the fire service or teach you anything about the fire service. I'm not a firefighter and I'm not a trainer. I'm just a fire widow. I'm someone that's been handed more than her fair share of folded flags. Someone that will never be able to hear Amazing Grace on bagpipes and not choke up. Someone that's way too familiar with ATF, NIOSH, CSST, ISRB, and far too many acronyms. I'm someone that got to unpack evidence bags with her husband's smoky t-shirt, socks, and underwear inside. I'm also someone that has her husband's charred helmet tucked away in a box in her closet. I'm someone that's helped her kids trace her daddy's name from a granite wall, and someone that's had to answer many questions about how or why daddy died. But I know that all of that fire widow experience makes me extremely qualified to be someone that doesn't want to see your name next to Nate's on any memorial wall. I don't want to see your spouse in my shoes. I'm someone that wants to keep the promise I made to my kids that we would do whatever we could to make sure other daddies and mommies go home safe. And that makes me someone that needs to promote and support training and knowledge as much, if not more, as a fire widow as I did as a fire wife. Now, I'm not naive enough to believe that one class or one program or even 40 hours worth of 6 minutes are going to stop line of duty deaths. I'm just optimistic enough to hope that the work this team does and what you get out of the program stays with you and motivates you to keep your skills sharp and to go out and share your knowledge. A few weeks ago, I watched Alice in Wonderland with Tegan, and near the end of the movie, the caterpillar character Absalom says to Alice as she's crying,
"Nothing is accomplished with tears."
Nothing was ever accomplished with tears. So when Tegan hears this, she pauses the movie and turns to me and says, "That's us, Mommy, right? Just like you always tell us, it's okay to be sad, but it's not okay to stay sad. That we shouldn't just cry about a problem, that we should do something to make it better." Now, I'm sure I never said those exact words with the kids. I'm sure I said something more like, "Don't pout, work it out." But nevertheless, she gets it. And this training program is part of that something for me and for us. And when I hear that over 400 or 500 people, or whatever the final number ends up being for today, are registered for this class, it makes me feel like we are accomplishing something big. And I know that we have to be making some of it better. I'll close by saying that while all of the memorials and engraved walls and bricks are beautiful, and I know that Nate would appreciate them all because of the strong love that he had for the honor and tradition and brotherhood that is part of the fire service, I'm absolutely certain that he would be most proud and feel the most honor knowing that this training program exists and that you are all here today to take part of it. My continued gratitude goes out to the team that's behind all of this, and my thanks for those of you in attendance. We'll see you next year.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Celeste. Touches our heart. A couple of quick logistical items before we get started. For everybody, viewers will have the opportunity to ask questions utilizing the chat feature on the YouTube channel. It's going to be on the right-hand side of your screen near the top. We do have moderators here that will be able to answer some of your questions. Live time, some questions that require a more in-depth response we'll try to cover during a break. Our plan for the day is we have our first presentation. We'll take a brief break in between that and the second presentation where we'll try to address some of those questions before we kick off the rest of the presentation. And again, the entire presentation is going to be available on the Howard County Department of Fire and Rescue YouTube channel. So you can go back, do it, share it with your shifts. I encourage you to go back, take a look at the entire presentation. So getting started here, our first presenter will be Lieutenant Josh Burchick. Howard County Engine Company 7 A Shift. Lieutenant Burchick is a 15-year veteran of the department and is known for his commitment to physical fitness and innovative training and company drills. Lieutenant Burchick was one of the officers leading the rescue efforts during Nate's Mayday.
All right, test. Go. Cool. All right. And my Apple Watch said I was stroking at about 100 beats per minute. So I get hopefully hit a good stride and bring that down. A thank you to Celeste and Deegan for their support. Having 2 young girls of my own, that was a great message. Definitely got me. But Celeste, thank you for getting the message out. So I'm going to get right into it. I like starting with this quote. This is one of my favorite quotes of all time. I want you to think about this throughout the presentation. At any minute, you might be called to act. Everything you have done, accomplished, up until that may culminate in one event, one scenario. And that's where the rubber meets the road. That's become validated. So think about this. Let kind of be the theme throughout the entire presentation. But we're here for Nate. Nate was an FDIC instructor. And if you notice on the bottom of his lid, you'll see September 30th, 2005. That was the date that I graduated from the academy. He was a proud firefighter, proud family man. And we're here to honor him today, second anniversary on a duty death. A shift, the shift that was working that night is working today. My guys are working. I'm really looking forward to getting back. Somber day, but here to learn and celebrate his life. Pretty good lessons out of it. For those listening in, I'm going to give you a brief overview of what Howard County, Maryland is. See how maybe your department relates to ours. I'm going to kind of give you the ramp up to the actual incident itself. Then we're going to get into RIT Operations, Structure 7, where I'm assigned, to talk about the duties that we had to perform that night. And on the back, probably third of this presentation, I'm going to give my point of view about why that's ready. Yeah, just a little bit about me. My wife will tell you I have way too many hobbies, but yeah, I've been in the fire service since about the end of 2003. Yeah, I had some college. I don't have a lot of letters behind my name, but enjoy what I do here. All right, so Howard County, Maryland. We're smack dab in the middle of the state. That blue star up top, that's Baltimore City. Bottom one's our nation's capital. So if you're sitting at either side of the border of Howard County, you can be one of those 2 cities within 20 minutes, obviously barring any Maryland traffic. So we have one of the wealthiest zip codes in the entire nation inside of Howard County. But we also have routes 70 and 95, Route 1 running. So we have our fair share of everything from 10,000 square foot mansions all the way down to little garden apartments, condos. We have warehouse structures. We have pretty much everything possible in our county borders. So we have 13 fire stations. We have a couple more slated in the next few years. There's a career presence in all of them. The career side of the department, we're 448, about 500 personnel. Where I'm housed at Banneker Station, Station 7, we have an engine instructor medic. Kind of give you an idea, right there in the core of the county, the engine just shy of 4,000 runs, medic over 4,000. Station 7's first 2 most birds out of any first county, about 50. You can kind of get an idea. We're not some major city department, but stay steady. Okay, the night of July 23rd, we had a big storm. And according to StrikeNet, we had a lightning strike that occurred at 1:20 in the morning. That specific lightning strike, 10 times more energy than any other lightning strike. That lightning strike hit a church tree, ran down the root system, and and it hit an underground propane. From there, it fed off the CSS lines and the service lines. That picture that you see on the screen is the actual CSS. That CSS. Having a little bit of trouble with the audio. Okay. Hope you guys can a little bit better. So that picture up on the screen that you see there is the actual CSS structure. That lightning strike created a pinhole leak, spark, ignited gas from that. That sent a little bit of a finger of flame up against that structure. That finger of flame was able to burn unnoticed. Now you can hold a candle up to a 2x4, not much happens. Of course, those created enough lighting, all the lit on fire. So around 1:50, residents in the home noticed the smoke going up the structure. So 1:52, Howard County Fire and Rescue alerted the local box. Going, Mike. Local box for Howard County is 2 engines, a truck unit. Some people call this a street assignment, but basically a modified box just for smoke. As the crews are coming down the road, they're about 800 feet away at one of the major intersections. So the on-scene report, engine 5-1 is the first engine on scene. Hey, Howard, on to Howard, we have a single family showing. Go ahead and fill the full box. That'll give you a ladder truck, safety officer, another medic. So we're getting the full box alarm. 51 pulled a 200-foot attack line, stretched the side out. Now, one of the unfortunate things here is that 51 didn't initially make. I'll get into that. Okay, back in it. Cool. All right, so 51, at the time, the battalion chief responded on the scene. He had a different upgrade on his MD. He noticed that there was a pool in the backyard that they could use as water. 51 has a really neat hydraulic submersible pump. You can get 200 feet away from the engine. You can get about 500 plus a minute. That push it. So they repositioned around back side Charlie, where they had access set up for more of a rural water supply. The homeowner said that the bulk of the smoke was in the basement. Everybody was out of the street. Had that info. Now here's an overview of the structure. This is obviously not your standard, typical single-family home. Of finished living space, on the main level, you have 7,300 square feet from the main level in the second floor. The basement itself was about 1,100 square feet. Finished living space, you're looking at 1,184 living space. Now, there's also a crawl space underneath, and that's where fire. That crawl space is 4 to 5 feet tall. Also about just shy of 1,000 square feet, split into 2 different rooms, and it's on storage space underneath the level. The only way to access that was using the cursor here. This is where engine 5-1 up top. This is where they ended up positioning their engine. So 51 positioned here. You'll notice this little walk, the grade change on side. This entire backside, we're considering side. Going from a grade change down to the lower level. Down here's the at grade basement access. And you'll notice that you have 2 visible floors, roof line above the gutter being the 3rd floor. So this caused a lot of confusion from side Alpha to from side Charlie below the gutter line. It also looks like And this is going to be a good spot to pause. We're actually running into some audio issues, so give us 5 minutes. We're going to try to get some things squared away. Back 5 minutes. Yeah, everyone. Back. So I'm going to back up the slide.
Testing 1 2 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. This is a test. Testing the audio. Are we getting any skip? How about anybody out there watching on YouTube? Are you getting a skip in the audio? Please comment. We're trying to work out a problem here. 1 2 3 4 1 2 1 2 1 2. We're good. Okay.
Test audio. We back out. Stress out tonight. Lose the audio. Back. Test. Test 2, test 3, test. Okay, we're testing. Hopefully it's not choppy anymore. Thank you everybody for your patience and hanging out, sticking with us while we're working through some of these things. I'm getting a thumbs up. Okay, not choppy anymore? Okay, great. Awesome. I've never seen a retired chief run so much as I have in these last 15 minutes. So I think we're back in it. We're good to go. Yeah, all of you, all the red shirts. Okay, great. All right, so thank you everybody for your patience and sticking with us. Not sure what happened, but yeah, thanks for hanging out. I'm going to back it up a couple slides so we can make sure that we get all the information. I know things got a little chopped up in there, so I'll back it up. Kind of starting from the top. The night on July 23rd, I'm going to get right into it. We had a storm come through really early in the morning. Lightning strike came through in this area, and according to StrikeNet, at 1:20 in the morning, we had one lightning strike that produced 10 times more energy than any other lightning strike in the area. When it hit the mature hardwood tree, ran the root system. It hit an underground propane tank, and then from there ran the service lines into the structure. The gas CSST line that you see there on the slide itself, that is an actual picture of the CSST line from the structure. And you can see the pinhole leak. That pinhole leak was created. It arced from the lightning strike, and we basically had a finger of flame from that pinhole that was resting up against the unprotected dimensional lumber in the first floor space. So for the next 40 minutes, that little finger of flame was burning unchecked. And it wasn't until about 1:50 that, just with the size of the structure, smoke started to present itself and it started waking up some of the residents in the home. So because they smelled smoke at 1:52, Howard County Fire and Rescue dispatched a local box. For us, that's 2 engines, a ladder, and a battalion chief. And they just got visible smoke from the lightning strike. That's the only information that we have right now. So as the crews are coming down the street, they are able to smell smoke from the house about 800 feet away. So they know they have something going on. Engine 5-1 is the first due engine. Their on-scene report says 51 to Howard. We have a single-family 2-story smoke showing, and go ahead and fill the full box. So that is going to give you the greater complement. So we have more engines, 2 ladder trucks, another battalion safety officer, MDO, another medic unit. So we have the full box alarm coming now. While they're dispatching that full box alarm, 51 does pull an attack line. They they speak with the owner to make sure everybody's out of the structure, and they deploy their line around to side Charlie. And I'll give you a view of that here in just a second. The homeowner does say that the bulk of the smoke is in the basement. So they have that first cue right out the gate that they have smoke underneath of them. While this is going on, 51 didn't initially make provisions for water supply. And we were going through some MDT computer changes at the time where the battalion chief could see that there was a pool in the backyard. And that pool in the backyard was able to be accessed by 51. And 51 has a hydraulic-driven submersible pump on the apparatus. Really cool piece of technology. They can drop this submersible pump into the pool. They can get 200 feet away with the hydraulic lines, and at the push of a button, they can hook up their LDH and get 500 GPM or greater straight to their engine. So they start working on that plan. And none of the other units, because of the update that they had at the time, noticed that the pool was there. So that was a good call by the battalion chief in getting some type of water supply established. Now here's the structure. Obviously this is not your standard two-story family, single-family dwelling home. So this entire backside is side Charlie. From side Alpha, you can see that you have 2 stories. And this is where this concrete pad by the garage space, using the cursor here, that is where engine 51 ended up parking. 51 ran their submersible pump down this walkway. This walkway here is where a grade change occurs. So this is what caused a lot of confusion in the incident. 2 stories from side Alpha, and underneath the gutter line, it still looks like you have 2 stories. However, this main level is all 2 stories, and then you have the 3rd floor, the lowest level being the basement, and you have at-grade access. So above the roof line from side Alpha, you can see that there are bedrooms, but this kept being called out as 2 stories, and all of this being side Charlie with no real acknowledgement of the grade change. So as we get deeper into this incident, when units keep saying we're deploying here on side Charlie, we're deploying there, it causes a lot of confusion for the command officers and people that hadn't been able to see the structure yet about where the grade changes were, where people are actually going into. And if they say they're going in on this level, how are they still on the main level and not underneath in the basement? So that caused a lot of confusion. Now the main level is 7,300 square feet of finished living space. The basement was 1,100 square feet of finished living space. So right now you're looking at 8,400 square feet. You know, your standard American home might be around 2,000 square feet. So you have multiple single-family homes just within this one structure. Now, underneath the main level, I'll show you a better picture here in a little bit. Underneath the main level, you have almost a 1,000 square foot, 4 to 5 foot tall crawl space. And that crawl space was unprotected. It was storage, and it was, again, underneath the main level, and it can only be accessed through the basement near the alpha wall. And that plays into a large part of our operations. Okay, first in units, you have engine 5-1 and tower 10. They entered the main floor through side Charlie on the upper side of the grade. Right next to the garage, we have a laundry room. They deploy their lines into there. Thermal imaging cameras from 3 crew members noted that they had heat signatures below them, so denoting that we do have a fire in the basement. So they backed out of the structure. Unfortunately, that information was never relayed over the radio or to command. So that was some good information that never got out to responding units. Lieutenant Flynn, pulled an additional attack line, a 300-foot attack line, and redeployed to the lower grade of side Charlie. While the battalion chief 1-8 was on the backside about to give his report, he assisted Flynn in line deployment, and the crew from 51 also pulled an additional 200-foot attack line, which came up short while they're redeploying to side Charlie. So now crews realize there's something happening underneath of them. They're now going to the lower grade towards the basement access. Now, as the box is being upgraded, as units are responding, here's some of the red flags that are sticking out. The 51 officer talked to the homeowner, said most of the smoke is in the basement. The Battalion 8 did his 360. He says that we do have access, we do have smoke in the basement, there are smoke conditions. He even got cut off by another unit and re-aired his radio report, his 362 command. The Tower 10 driver to the left of the front door have moderate smoke coming from the ground level. To me, that denotes a basement fire. If you have that nondescript smoke kind of coming from a little bit everywhere, especially from lower access points, that's a good indicator that you might have something underneath of you. Especially in an 8,400 square foot home, it's now being volume filled. It's going to take a while for that to get out. Engine 51, the officer again, who had been reassigned as fire attack, Again, confirming that they have smoke in the basement. I think there was a little conversation there about how much trouble they're actually having finding this fire. You're now almost an hour of burn time in at 2:15, and they talked about positive pressure. The Tower 10 officer, when they went around to the backside, he says that they had made access to the basement. They do have zero visibility smoke conditions. Right around when this happened, the Engine 101 officer was coming around the upper grade of Side Charlie and said that they have fire showing on floor number 1. So the crews hear this, they want to go back up to the upper grade of Side Charlie. So the Tower 10 officer did a great job acknowledging where the units were, what units you have operating, what they're doing, and he's controlling the flow path. He's going to close the door back up, and he says the only crews that you should have are now entering Side Charlie on the first level. Again, to the crews on the backside, it makes sense, but to the command officer, it's still causing a little bit of confusion because of that grade change. So Engine 101's report, the officer, as she's coming around that upper grade of Side Charlie, she sees in those 2 windows heavy fire, and that is probably the fire that had broken through the crawl space. It's now showing on the main level. So you have heavy fire on floor number 1 on Side Charlie. So crews abandon their hose lines. Flynn pulls another 200-foot attack line off of Engine 51, and he deploys through the laundry room side in that upper grade. Engine 51 also redeployed their 200-foot hand line that initially had come up short. And again, that radio transmission was at 2:17. They had been on scene for 17 minutes, and you're just shy of 1 hour of now burn time in the structure. So I'm going to hit the pause button, and I'm going to let you know where 7's units and the remaining box alarm starts responding. So while all that's going on, we get dispatched, and just shy of us getting there at around 2:09, I knew I was going to be the next engine in, and I'm starting to think about water supply. We could only make assumptions about where the lines had been laid for water supply because we missed the whole first half of the box alarm and the transmissions on the upgrade. So Engine 101, they had laid out a 100-foot section. They pulled into the driveway. They pulled some hose out to the main section on Woodscape Drive where you can see our engine is sitting. But prior to us even getting there, the one hydrant was at Berrywood Court. I'm familiar with this area. I knew that was going to be some of the best access for water. But there was a confusion. The command officer thought that line had been laid all the way down Woodscape. And so they thought we were just completing a split lay, but that hadn't happened. And I hadn't seen hose in the street, so I'm confused about what needs to happen. I thought I was going to split lay. Make a long story short, I ended up laying all the way in from Berrywood, down Guilford Road, down Woodscape Drive. I dumped an entire 1,000-foot hose bed, and we still came up 300 feet short. Engine 71 and the Engine 101 officer did a fantastic job making up that additional 300 feet in no time at all. And we never lost water supply. Once we had a positive pressure source, we were good to go for the remainder of the incident. So we arrived with Truck 7. We're housed together. We got on scene about the same time. We were initially assigned to go through the interior on site off of the main entrance to try to find some fire. Right as we're getting ready to go in, the command officer realizes that things aren't progressing the way they should be. There's a lot of unknowns, and there's a lot of conflicting information. So he radios back to 7's units. He's like, you know what, 71, hold up right there. Don't go in, you're on deck. So that just means we're in a ready forward position. We're not going interior. And so I used that time to open up the door, scan through the front foyer to see if I could get any sign of any indication what was going on. I didn't see any pressurized heat sources. I didn't see any idea of where there could be fire underneath of us, around us. It was just zero signs showing up on my camera. A lot of that we found out was just some false signs the TIC was giving us. So there had been multiple layers of subflooring that was underneath of a thick imported Italian tile. And that insulated it enough to where those signs never showed through. So we would have been going over top of the basement fire, and we would have not known because the camera could not pick that up because it was being insulated so well. So fortunate for us and the command officer making a good decision and saving our butts, we were protected that night. Truck 7 was formally assigned RIT. We hadn't been assigned yet. So that gave me a time to kind of step back, look. I'm seeing that brown smoke pushing from the eaves. It's telling me that it's burning into the structural components now. It's also being volume filled. It's filling up an 8,400 square foot mansion. And there was just this eerie silence that came throughout the Fireground.
Unit calling the Mayday. Unit calling the Mayday. Go ahead.
Okay, so that's the Mayday that we hear about 1 minute and 45 seconds after engines and Truck 7 arrived on location. We had very little time. We only had that minute and 45 seconds to gather tools, gather equipment. We hadn't had our own 360 done. So the Engine 101 officer gets her Mayday out. The firefighter Flynn on Bravo 2 gives his own Mayday. He does a very good job, consistent with our training, gives out a clear who, what, where. The unfortunate side of this is because he was on Bravo 2 at the same time that the Engine 101 officer gave her Mayday, the messages got trumped over each other. So we only heard the 101 officer. Firefighter Flynn's was not heard on the Fireground. It was not heard in the communication center until after this fire was over. We were going through some radio changes at the time where we had a last channel power-up feature. It didn't matter what you did with the buttons, whatever the last channel you were on, that's the channel that you would be brought up on when you powered up the radio, no matter what you did. So I can only assume, but I know that I've done it plenty of times during this time period, is Alpha 2 is our main response channel for medicals and fire alarms and car wrecks. So he was probably on Alpha 2 from a medical or a car wreck earlier in the day, and when he switched over to the Bravo tax channel, he was still on the 2 zone. So he probably, it was just an honest mistake that I know I've done. And since we have rectified that issue and we have made some changes, and we're still going through some changes so that this doesn't happen again. But it was missed, but he did exactly what he was trained to do. So the Mayday is now sounded. And we do realize, according to the Charlie command, that firefighter Flynn did fall through the floor. He went down the hose line. He's not being able to get pulled back up, and he is 1 floor below grade level. So again, indicating that he's probably in the basement. So here's a rough timeline of just the RIT operation during the actual Mayday. So Flynn gave out his Mayday. We had formally been assigned RIT with Truck 7. And again, we only had 1 minute and 45 seconds of actually being on scene to gather our tools, to get a plan together, and get ready to make entry. You can see just a couple minutes later that Flynn's temperature alarm on his BA was activated. There was a noticeable decrease in air consumption about 6 minutes in, and that's what his wife Celeste mentioned earlier. He had 6 minutes to stay disciplined, to get out his who-what-where, to get out his Mayday message. He kept all of his gear on, and I'll talk about that here in a minute. From the time that the Mayday message was actually sounded to the time that he was being extricated from the structure, we had him out in 22 minutes and 11 seconds, which is, and from the time we were actually allowed to make entry was 15 minutes and 5 seconds. And keep in mind, this is in an 8,400 square foot home. So here's a better picture of Side Charlie. When the Mayday message happened, the Truck 7 officer and I had a quick conversation. He was going to go around the Bravo wall. I was going to go around the Delta wall. That way we could put the 360 picture together and not both waste time, both making our own 360s. So we would meet around on the backside, put the picture together, put a plan together. While that was happening, my crew on 71, they had a charged 300-foot attack line. They redeployed that around Side Delta and had it ready and waiting by the time I was around on the backside. So we found our entry point. Again, this is the lower level of Side Charlie, and these are all French doors that we made access in eventually. When we got around to the backside, there's this little bump out. We did have fire showing underneath a little bit of a crawl space underneath that bump out. So we knew that we had a working fire. We knew that there was fire in that void space in between the basement and the first floor. Now here's a basic sketch of the basement. You can see here that underneath the main level, this is where the crawl space is. In between the crawl space was split into two, so almost 1,000 square feet split into two, and there was one little doorway just connecting both sides of the crawl space. When Nate fell into the hole, he was able to move down that wall, and fortunately we found him right in that doorway. But you'll notice that to make access, we had to go from side Alpha all the way around side Delta, through Charlie, all the way back to Alpha, through a storage room, and then into the crawl space to find him. So we had quite the search ahead of us. Also pay attention to this first set of stairs. I'll get into that here in just a second. When we went in, we were also being held up for a couple minutes. At the time, there were PAR reports of other missing firefighters. So there was about 4 minutes while we were ready and in a forward position, ready to be deployed, but we had to get PAR reports because there were reports of 2 to 3 other missing firefighters from some of the first-in units. Once those personnel were able to be accounted for, and we had a positive identification that it was Flynn that fell through the floor, that's when we were able to get the green light and go in. So that first set of steps, we go in, and the only thing that you hear is regulators being clipped into masks. I applaud my crew. They were incredibly disciplined, and it was not a situation where I was sitting there having to bark orders. They knew exactly what the expectation was. They knew what their responsibilities were, and everybody clipped in, and we just single filed into the basement. As we were going in, I realized that I probably shouldn't be leading this stack. Things are rapidly evolving, so I actually hung back for a second and used my camera to get a general idea of mapping the room and see where my guys were going, to see where the units were. We're taking one hand line in with us. We had some miscellaneous hand tools, and that was really it. So 7 of us go in, the truck crew, let me back up. That first set of steps, this goes to the main level. Members of the truck crew went up that first set of steps, and they got to the top of it, and as they waved their hand across that top landing, he said it felt like his arm was going to melt off. The heat was super intense, and we just knew we couldn't access it. So they came back down and gave that message to the officers, and we continued to file through. This picture on the left, this is a fireplace room. Tons of furniture, a lot of space for entertaining. There's a bar, and we're just met with 0 visibility conditions. No real heat, but we can't see anything. There's a lot of tile. Just from that thick tarry smoke, it's getting really slick. And we're just having to navigate our people and the hose line through all this furniture and all this entertaining area of the finished basement. As we're going from Charlie back to side Alpha through this basement, one of the members says, "Hey, we found a set of steps." And for some reason, that was a green light for all of us. We knew that this was going to get us somewhere where we needed to be. So we cut through a small storage room area, and we find this half set of steps, and that's the picture on the right. We knew it was only half set of steps, and we didn't really know at the time that this was a crawl space. We didn't know what we were getting into, but we make access to the top of it. Now, here's a video taken by Engine 51's driver. It's about 2:29. So this is 2 minutes and 16 seconds after RIT actually entered the basement, and it's about 10 minutes prior to us actually making contact with firefighter Flynn. And this is information that we were able to gain from SCBA data and radio transmissions and kind of eyewitness accounts. So we think we have some pretty accurate time statements. But this video is giving you an idea of the smoke conditions from the exterior and what they look like, and give you an idea of the conditions that we're actually going into. And this is probably just prior to us actually making the crawl space.
Drew, get away. She's going to go.
Okay, so that video gives you a pretty good indication of the conditions that we're encountering. It's definitely volume filled. We've filled up that entire structure with smoke. It's that black, tarry, nasty, angry smoke. It's starting to it's starting to get a little bit more velocity behind it from when we first got on scene, so now it's being heat pushed. It's getting turbulent, so this is telling me, hey, we're starting to work towards those flashover conditions. And that's basically the conditions that we were met with as we're getting into that crawl space. And keep in mind, no water had been put on this fire at all up until this point, and we're now looking at 1 hour and 10 minutes of burn time in this incident. So we get to the top of the steps. These are the conditions that we're met with, and I'm going to kick this over to firefighter Joey Alessandrini. We endearly call him Dreeny because we're super creative in the fire service. We just chop off half of his name and we call him Dreeny. He's got a really good message. He's going to set the story up for us, and then I'm going to add in here.
Took the line up the steps. And this is where we were actually met with the most heat and the most fire. I just kept the nozzle open pretty much the whole time. I had fire to the left of me, in the front of me, and to the right. Kind of just making my way up the steps. And I remember it was Lieutenant Burchick tapped me on my shoulder and said, "Hey, we got fire over the back of your right shoulder here." And this is where I went to move the nozzle to the right, and I couldn't. I didn't know what was kind of going on at the time. I just know I couldn't move the nozzle, from in front of me to the right of me. I kind of reached up to feel, and I felt wires along the nozzle, and as I moved forward to free the nozzle, I realized that I couldn't move myself. I was entangled. I remember just, Lieutenant Burchick was still there, and I said, "Hey, I'm tangled. I cannot move." And calm, cool, collected, he got out his cutters and he freed me. And around this time, Captain Love, the truck captain, also became entangled in wires, and he was also freed. Just an eerie feeling. We do a lot of we do a lot of training. Until you're in that situation, it's a scary feeling. I was just very blessed to have the crew that we had that night. The youngest guy on our crew that night was, 10 years on the job. We were all very trained and aware of each other and what we're capable of, and it's just an eerie feeling. And like I said, I was just so lucky to be with the crew that I had that night. As we advanced up these stairs, firefighter Andy Hoffman, who was riding in the C position on engine 7-1 that night, said we got him. He had found Lieutenant Flynn, and then the crews from engine 7 and truck 7 went up, got him, pulled him out, and that's when Captain Love from truck 7 made the radio communication that we got him, we're bringing him out. I remember them, bringing Lieutenant Flynn out next to me, and I was just still on the nozzle. I didn't want to leave that position just because of the high heat, the flames, the visibility, and they got him out.
Okay, Drini does a great job setting up the story and setting up what we're getting into, and I'm going to kind of break it apart a little bit more. So he's an incredibly humble person, and he did a fantastic job, and he says he remained dedicated to his position. It's very easy to be a moth of flame, no pun intended, or work on the rescue side of things, but he was disciplined enough to stay in his position and keep that fire in check. So as we got to the top of the steps, we slid in, immediately met with just a wall of black and some fairly high heat. It was that heat that would drive you to your knees, so we knew it was ugly. Drini starts, squirting what water he can, and that's the first water that had been deployed on the fire through the incident. So now we're looking well over an hour of burn time, and that's the first water that's being deployed. When we hit the top of the steps, I could hear Nate's pass device in front of us. I said, "Hey, Cap, he's somewhere right in front of us. Let's try to go get him." And it was a blessing and a curse. I don't know if it's probably because of the hole in the structure. Sometimes the smoke would lift and the fire would build, and it gave us enough light to see. And other times, it would be back to a wall of black, and we couldn't see anything, and the heat would drive up. And other times, the heat would lift. But Drini starts to knock down the fire, and I start to slide up. As I try to get towards the sound of the pass device, I could just feel wires pull across my chest. And I didn't feel like I was in any immediate danger. There wasn't this, I wasn't necessarily tangled, and I thought about doing a swim technique to get underneath these wires. And I thought to myself, if we have to get Nate and drag him back through this, this is going to be just mayhem. So I start clipping some of the wires and take my wire cutters out, just clipping the wires and try to free that path so we can actually get through. As I get that undone, the fire starts kicking up again. I'm seeing things on either side of us. And just to speak on what's in the crawl space, there's catering equipment, tables, chairs, Costco-sized catering equipment for close to 60 people. There's holiday decorations all throughout. There are some abandoned oil tanks down there. And we're in this block foundation where we can't even get radio transmissions out. So the heat and the fire starts to build again, and I say, hey, Drini, you got to get this knocked down. It's starting to get ugly. And I want you to be so calm that you call your friend and your officer bro. I just see him hunched over the nozzle, kind of an odd position. I say, get this knocked down, man. It's getting bad. And he goes, bro, I'm stuck, and the nozzle's stuck. And I could just see wires start to wrap around him. So I clip away the wires around him, and what had been somehow gotten itself wrapped around the bail of the nozzle. He couldn't even open it. So we get that opened up. He's able to start knocking down wires again. Right as Drini gets free, he's starting to squirt water. The captain's helmet falls off, and he starts coming kind of into the area that we were at. And I just, with a little bit of flame and light that we had, I could see wires start to wrap around his torso. So I start to free him away as well. And then one of the truck firefighters, Munyuan, slid up and he's like, hey man, I see what's going on. I got you. I can help you. You do your thing. So he continues to clear the wires out on our exit path. And just now Drini was able to squirt water, keep the fire in check, but I was still so worried about just these rapidly escalating conditions and things degrading around us. I was like, I'm worried about this thing flashing. I don't know where the fire is. I want you to single stack on the steps, because if we have to bail, I'm really worried about hitting just a wall of bodies that are sitting there at the top of the steps. So they were single stacked. They were ready in case we did have to bail, just because I was worried about that. In that meantime, the backup firefighter, Andy Hoffman, was behind me, and I joked that he was like a caged tiger. He slid up as soon as the wires were cleared, and he was the first one to Flynn. And Andy was ready. He had his buddy breathing line out in case there needed to be some type of air exchange. He found Flynn kind of slightly face down on his side in that doorway that split the two pieces of the crawl space together. So he was able to resituate Flynn, and Flynn had his mask still on. He had his gear still on. He had a glove off, but that was it. He still had air in his face piece. So in one of the worst situations in your life, he was disciplined enough to actually keep all of his gear on, and Andy was prepared to do that air exchange. I slid up to him. I had my Halligan bar and cutters, and I needed the free hand. So I dropped my tools, and we grab a shoulder, each grab a shoulder strap. We're on all fours, and we each have a shoulder strap, and we're getting ready to drag him out. And we try to pull, and he doesn't go anywhere. And I look over at Andy and said, hey, we need to do like a coordinated effort. So let's do 1, 2, 3, pull. And he actually starts to move. 1, 2, 3, pull. 1, 2, 3, pull. And little by little, we're getting out of this structure. We're still tripping up. We have just this little tiny narrow pathway to walk through. And we finally drag him. We're estimating about 30 feet through that tight hallway, through the crawl space, back to the top of the steps. Now, looking back at this slide, the sides are labeled incorrectly, and it's not exactly to scale. And obviously, there's a lot more stuff that we have to navigate, but this is the general path. You can see where the crawl space is split in two. This is where we found him, and we're getting back out to the top of the steps.
Go ahead, RIT.
We got Firefighter Flynn. Need PMS to the Charlie side basement doors.
All right, RIT, you have Firefighter Flynn, and you're on the Charlie side basement door. EMS 1, are you direct? Division Charlie, are you direct?
Okay. Excuse me. That was the first radio transmission that our captain was able to get out. He was our eyes and ears. He was making sure that everybody was safe. He was keeping track of units. And because we're basically in an underground block room, that was the first transmission he was able to get out once we got back to the top of the steps. Once myself and Andy got to the top of the steps, we handed him off to the waiting truck crew. And Carlos Brown did a great job of getting him from the top of the steps, down the steps, through the storage room, and through about half of the basement. That's right around the same time as we're exiting the crawl space that our lower air alarms start going off. So we're so immersed in our work that we're not tracking air. And that was our first indicator, like we're getting on the back end of our air supply. We need to get out of here. Now, fortunately, we had a rough idea of where we needed to go. We had our hose line to direct us. And while we were doing our work in the RIT operation, the secondary RIT team did a fantastic job of clearing the basement of the furniture and setting up spotlights so we had a beacon. And as soon as we got out of the crawl space in the main part of the basement, we could see that beacon of light. We knew exactly where we needed to go. Because that we were all working within 100% of our capacity, we were just completely physically and mentally exhausted. So when the truck firefighter laid him down, I tried to pick Nate back up and try to drag him out the rest of the way, and he didn't budge. I was too physically exhausted, and I think we were just on the back end of our physical ability. So a member from the secondary RIT team said, "Hey, I got you." Grabbed him, drug him out the rest of the way, and passed him on to the awaiting EMS crew, which happened to be his own crew from Station 10, Paramedic 105. His own people, his own peers, his own teammates were the ones that had to provide care for him, and they immediately went to work getting him undressed and getting him on the stretcher and getting the ALS skills underway. And other paramedics on the scene jumped in and also did an incredible job trying to help him out. We came out of the structure, we dressed down. We could still see fire showing in that little plenum space underneath that little bump out on the backside. And so we continued to kind of knock that down a little bit. We passed that task off to somebody else, and we just dressed down and we go to the backside of the yard by the pool. We all kind of gathered around. We said a quick prayer, and we just waited. They're estimating that within 1 to 2 minutes, according to some eyewitness reports and to some of the burn data that we're finding, that within 1 to 2 minutes of engine and truck 7 exiting that crawl space, the rest of the crawl space that we were in collapsed. So just let that sink in for a minute. If our backup guy had not pulled and navigated every single one of those turns, every piece of furniture the right way, it's estimated that we only had about 10 to 15 feet of line left with that 300-foot line that was started on side alpha, wrapped around one whole side, went all the way through the structure and into the crawl space. So we may not have had the hose line. If we had wasted time and didn't navigate turns properly, if we had spent more time in the crawl space dealing with an entanglement scenario, if we didn't have the physical strength and capacity to get him out as quickly as we did, we could have been in that crawl space for 1 to 2 minutes longer, no problem. So just let that sink in and how you can coordinate your training and how you manage those inefficiencies during your training. It absolutely paid off for us that evening. Now I'm going to switch gears a little bit. I'm going to kind of show some relations and parallels between what we're finding in the American Fire Service. So Project Mayday is a fantastic resource. Last year, at the time when I was researching this, there was almost 5,000 incidents on the career side of this data that we were able to pull that gave us some good clear numbers. So what we're looking at here on the left-hand side is Howard County Fire and Rescue and our incident. And Project Mayday, this is some of the data that they're finding for Mayday and RIT Operations. Now, when I go through this does not mean causation. Okay, this just means that if you're a command officer, or maybe you're a first arriving officer, that there are some things that might be happening in the background. There's some data that shows you that the cards might be stacked against you. So it doesn't mean that you're destined for this to happen, but it gives you some greater awareness that, hey, if I'm in a similar scenario, I need to be more mindful of these things that are happening. So the number one size department that a Mayday happens with is that 200 to 500 personnel range, and we're at 500 personnel. The number one time frame of when a Mayday occurs is between 1 and 3 a.m. And ours happened. We were dispatched at 1:52, and the Mayday occurred at 2:20, which is 28 minutes after the dispatch, which is also the number one time frame. Maydays usually occur within 25 to 30 minutes of the incident start. The Mayday firefighters were from the second engine. While they were in with the first engine, 83% of the time, it's the first or second engine. And Engine 101 that evening was a 3-person engine company, and 41%, again, the number one occurrences with the 3-person engine company. So fortunately now, all Howard County units are staffed with 4 personnel, but at the time there were still a couple units that were staffed with 3. Now, looking at the actual RIT operation, we ready response for the American Fire Service is just shy of 3 minutes. We had 1 minute and 45 seconds from the time the Mayday sounded to gather, plan, and get our equipment. Mayday at Reentry, you're looking at 7 minutes. Excuse me, their average, they're looking at 3. Keep in mind, 4 minutes of that, we're physically being held up, told we cannot go in until we get a better PAR report of where these other missing firefighters were. So when you take that 4 minutes away, yeah, we're right there at that 3 minute mark. By the time we actually contacted the downed firefighter, according to SCBA data, it was 12 minutes. It's almost 6 minutes for the national average. Total time inside, again, from the time we were allowed to go inside to the time we had him out, was 15 minutes and 5 seconds. And 22 minutes and 11 seconds total from the time the Mayday was sounded to the time we had him out. It's common for 1 in 5 firefighters experience a Mayday. We had 3 of ours with the entanglement scenario, and it takes 12 firefighters to rescue 1. We've heard all kinds of data, depending if it's Phoenix, wherever, 15, 17. They're finding 12. It took 7 to rescue Flynn, and this was all done in an 8,400 square foot home in advanced fire conditions. So some of the other things they're finding is 20% of Maydays, the number 2 calls, is being lost and separated from your hose line. And falls into the basement is the number 2 reason for a Mayday. 62% of entanglement issues are for wire and ductwork. 68% of personnel do have a cutter on them to effect some type of self-rescue. So that means 1 out of 3 firefighters don't have the right tool to get themselves out of a bad situation. And those other 2 out of 3, do they have the right tool to actually get them out of a bad situation? And a RIT company uses 21% more air than a typical on-scene engine company. So again, these don't necessarily mean causation, but there's a lot of really great free data out there where you can draw some parallels to what your department might be doing, and you can just compare it to yourselves and learn and grow and design training around that. All right, I'm going to switch gears a little bit. I could spend another 2 hours presenting on what it's like to have to deal with a line of duty death from the time you hear that Nate Flynn passed, going to the hospital, going back home, having your first shift back, and the next days, weeks, years, about the decisions you're going to have to make, about the questions you never thought you'd have to ask, about the feelings and emotions that you're going to come with. When I walked into the firehouse coming back from the hospital that morning, recruit class 31, it was our first day on the job. So had it been just 12 hours earlier, it could have been a recruit's first day in the field on that call, on that incident. And I didn't know what to say to them. 3 of them looked at me wide-eyed, and I said, guys, I'm just being truthful. We're going to need a little bit of patience from you because we got to work through this, and just please bear with us. I didn't have the words. I didn't know what type of motivating leadership talk I could give them when we're coming from the incident scene and dealing with one of our own that had just passed. So then I come home. This picture on the right is of my 2 girls. I endearingly call them my feral children. I come home and it's obviously summertime, so they're not in school. They're in princess dresses. The house is a mess. And my wife had already kind of prompted them about what had happened. So I come through the door, and my youngest daughter, obviously I'm upset. I've been crying. And she looks at me and goes, Dad, are you okay? And I'm trying to hold back tears. I said, yeah, babe, I'll be okay. And she kind of cocks her head, and she's like, well, he doesn't look okay. But apparently that satisfied her question. And she goes, Daddy? I said, yeah, babe. Can I have cereal? And so it made me laugh. It kind of gave me a little bit of decompression time for a minute there. And then I look at my other daughter, Harper, and Harper says, Daddy, is your friend hurt? I said, yeah, babe, he's hurt. He's not going to make it home. And, just that 5-year-old mind, I guess it satisfied her question too. And she goes, Daddy? I said, yeah. And I can only think about what's about to come. She goes, hey, you're standing in the way of the TV. And so again, I just kind of laugh. They're sweet children. And I had to go from a firefighter who just lost his academy teammate, and I had to go into dad mode. And my wife was incredible, super supportive. She helped out so much, and she was my shoulder. But I still have 2 young daughters to deal with at home, and still be the dad and still be that strong presence. exactly 1 week later from the day Nate died, the picture on the left is my daughter Harper's, it was her 5th birthday. And both sides of our family get along really well. Everybody's there to celebrate her birthday. We're cooking out. Everybody's in the kitchen. And I look around and I see our family getting along and they're happy. And I had this overwhelming sense of guilt from, I get to enjoy this time with my family. And Celeste is at home with her 5 kids without a husband, without a father. And then that survivor's guilt crept in. And I just broke down in my kitchen. And I went upstairs, had a good cry, washed my face, came back down, and everybody was so engrossed in their conversation, they were none the wiser. And nobody knew about that story until about a year later when I told my wife. So it's just weird. You're going to have all these emotions and things that hit. Again, I could go on for hours about all these little stories like that. 72 hours later, I had to go back on shift. And when you kiss your wife goodbye that next morning, that kiss was different. That hug was different. And you go back in and you talk to your shift members that morning, and it was awesome. We knew exactly what we had to do. We checked our BA. We did training. We did everything to make it as normal as possible, and then we all sat down in the kitchen and we just talked. And it was one of the most therapeutic things you could do, to be with the people that you just experienced that with. And it was super awesome. But again, that was just a little insight, a little glimpse into some of the things that we were going through. And again, I could go on for absolute hours about some of the things that you never thought you would have to think about, and decisions you never thought you would have to make when you're going through this scenario. So now I'm going to switch gears again. We're going to get into the back third of this. And I say this was a semi-successful operation. We weren't able to bring Flynn back as much as we wanted to, as much as we could. We can't bring him back, but we were able to save ourselves. We were able to get him out, and in some really crazy scenarios. So in my mind, it was semi-successful, and I'm going to kind of break it down about some of the things that led us to where we were at that point and how we were able to get ourselves out. So some of the intangibles: engine and truck 7. We had probably at the time close to 170 years worth of experience with these crew members. Brogy, he was just got off recruit status. He had 1 year in Howard County, but he had volunteer time, and he was incredibly dedicated to his craft and our profession. And he was detailed that night. I saw him on scene. I grabbed him. He came with me, and he was the backup guy. So he was the one managing that line and make sure we had every inch that we had and we needed. But everybody else here had at least 10 years on the job. We have spent countless hours together training, sitting around the coffee table, having conversations. We trusted each other. Even outside the firehouse, sometimes we'll have shift parties. Our wives know each other. Our kids play together. So when you read NIOSH reports and you hear about people acting out of their position, or you have a lot of details in or out, you have people on 48 hours of overtime and they're fatigued. We didn't have any of that at play. The crew integrity was such an important piece. The experience of our crews was such an important piece. And that's a fact that can't be understated. It's very easy to look over that, and I absolutely understand that there are staffing issues, there are budget issues, there's just logistics of sick calls. If you're in a volunteer company, you might have just duty crews, but you cannot put a price on the people that you work around and who you have to trust. Now, getting into some training, the audio doesn't work really well for this, but you see some flashing lights. We're going to get into the training side of this. What's happening here is we've taken contractor bags and we've blacked out the windows in the engine bay. We've set up 2 sheets of plywood on either side of a forcible entry prop. And I set up this scenario where 2 firefighters are in a below grade, like a walk-up style basement. There's a working house fire and there's people trapped, and the engine company is behind you waiting for you to force this door. And in low visibility conditions, under stress, I make them do push-ups and sit-ups, and we go into the actual scenario. So their heart rate's up, their breathing rate is up, and they have to force inward and outward swinging doors with another person, and then they have to do it again right back to back while on air in full gear by themselves. Now, this is the back end of training. It would not be fair to me, and it would not set ourselves up for success if this was day 1 of training. This is the final end culmination of hours and hours and weeks worth of training. And I think what I'm trying to get at is that it's very easy to start with the really cool, sexy things that we see on the videos from other departments, and these really grandiose scenarios where we need to start with the basics, and I'm going to start picking that apart a little bit. Now I'm going to set this video up. This is a video from a fire company just north of us. They went through, this is a 1-minute video. They had issues with their engine. They were having some pump issues, and so they had to wait for another company to come. They have a working house fire. It's a 2-story split level home, so you can see the fire on the upper level of the split, and I'm going to kind of break apart what happens here. So here's a quick 1-minute video. All right, so that's an exact 1-minute clip. So what you hear is you're on the upper level of the split, you're in the hallway that splits off into the bedrooms, they're fighting fire, and you hear one firefighter start to scream because that firefighter falls into the hallway down to his waist because some of the floor had given way. He's screaming, he's getting burned up. He ended up having to deal with some burn injuries, but he ended up being okay. But he got drugged out by another firefighter there. And what I want you to focus on is that another firefighter yells, "Mayday, Mayday, Mayday." He does it again. He looks right at the other firefighter where the camera was and says, "Mayday, Mayday, Mayday." And I'm not knocking him. I don't mean to Monday Night Quarterback. They had a conversation after the fact when they were able to pull the video. It was like, "You got your Mayday out. You did great. You know, what happened?" And he said that we sit around the coffee table, or we talk about Mayday scenarios. We do these tabletops. I got the Mayday out, but I haven't actually trained to where I actually have to reach my hand up, key up my mic, and do that physical gross motor skill process of keying up the mic and actually saying Mayday, Mayday, Mayday in a stressful situation. So this was a huge light that went off in my head. I've been doing training where I'm using rinse channels where I don't get the chirp feedback, or maybe I'm not using a real tack channel during my training, and I can see firefighters key up and wait for that feedback, wait for that chirp. And I realized that I'm starting to ingrain some things in their muscle memory that they shouldn't be there. So this was a big eye-opening experience for me, just learning from others and saying, hey, I need to change the way I'm doing training. And so we're going to now roll into how we can actually do that. So we're going to get into that kind of crawl, walk, run methodology. So no matter what training we're doing, we start with the absolute basics. What's the goal here? If it's doing SCBA confidence, we're not going to be in gear. We're not going to get stressed out yet. We're just going to work gross motor skills in doing air exchanges and making sure you're going to the right pockets to get the right tool that you need. And then over time, we can start building on that. So we have to start with the fundamentals. And throughout, we need to have very clear expectations of this is what we're trying to accomplish. This is the process that we're going to use to get there. And this is going to hopefully be the final end result. And if on the way there, we find a better way, even better. I don't want to be limited. I don't want to be so confined to these processes that we miss out on the progress side of things and finding new ways and better ways of doing things. But we need to have some very clear expectations and work those fundamentals and constantly go back to them. And we can't move on and move forward until those absolute fundamentals are second nature. And once we do that, then we can start putting gear on. Then we can start adding more stress, whether it be running, doing push-ups, doing sledge swings on a tire, making it more reminiscent, pulling hose, crawling around. Then we can take vision away, making sure the air bottle's on to make this as real as possible. The first time I want you to experience this should not be on the Fireground. I want you to do it here. We just have to be very careful. You are probably going to have people that have that range with experiences. And I've had people that say, hey, why aren't we doing it this way? You know, we should be doing this. And you see the younger firefighters, or maybe the 30-year firefighter who hasn't been keeping up with their skills, and their eyes glass over, say, no, we need to start from the very beginning, and I need you to be patient, and we have to do this all together. So we also need to stay away from from some of the craziness. I want you to stress. I want you to experience failure. I don't need 5 townhouses on fire and then a plane crashes in the backyard. And I've experienced those too, and you lose sight of people and you lose the realism. But to actually stress people out, that should be some of the end goal. And there's that saying, slow is smooth and smooth is fast. Over time, our slow is kind of in quotes. We start to become faster. We can build complexity. And our slow and our smooth, it actually becomes quite fast. And that's where that difference between haste and speediness comes in. We need to be aggressive. I would expect that of somebody trying to help my family out in a bad situation. But we don't want to be so hasty that we're missing out on steps. So we need to be very clear with what expectations we're taking and what process we're taking through our actual training. Yeah, it's a great quote. You want to know how to build morale? You do hard things. And I've seen when I've conducted training, maybe somebody who hasn't kept up with their skills, they put a mask on. I've seen people freak out in their mask. When you block out their vision, they have to do a very simple search drill in the day room of the firehouse. People get tangled up the first time in the entanglement prop when there's no gear on them and no SCBA, they're not breathing air, and they start to thrash around in the entanglement prop. Their low air alarm goes off and they realize, I only have a couple minutes left of air. And you can see the hands start to shake. You can see the heart rate get up. You can see the stress start to mount. And we need to make sure that we build those skills up on the front end, but they also need to experience this hardship. So struggle is okay. Struggle is a good thing once you've developed the skills to actually get there. And once you get there, elite teams like the Navy SEALs stress their personnel out so much that they want to experience a little bit of failure. And I feel like we need to do the same thing. So once you actually get to experience that failure, once you get to a real emergency incident, a real emergency scenario out on the street, that should be easier than some of your training. And that's the goal. And you hear that a lot in special teams and elite teams. You can even be sports teams if we're getting out of public safety, where the incident itself was easier than the training they put themselves through. And that could be some of the inside goals of this. And that's what we want to work towards. Now, once we do get to that backside, stress inoculation, this is a huge piece. There is a difference between physical stress, like working out and exercising, and the mental, emotional, adrenaline-induced side of stress. They don't equate in a lot of times in these situations. So a lot of times when you get to the 145 beats per minute, a lot of the research shows that you are going to have a significant breakdown in your performance, and your fine motor skills go out the door. You're going to start to get auditory exclusion. You're starting to get tunnel vision. You lose those fine motor skills. And the only way that you can combat that from happening is by actually training in those environments and forcibly stressing yourselves out and putting yourselves in that situation. So moving on, here's kind of like a bit of the bell curve here that we see with stress and performance. So we need to start with very simple skills. We need to build on that. And they've started to notice, like right around 115 beats per minute, that's when your fine motor skills start to deteriorate. 115 to 145, that's kind of like the optimal side of your adrenaline-induced response. That's where the optimal survival comes in with complex motor skills, vasoconstriction, getting that tunnel vision squared away to where you're actually channeling it for good. Once you get above 145, that's when that starts to break down. The only way you can combat that is if you've actually been in that situation before and if you've trained for it. So once you get above 145, that condition gray that you see, that's where you can be a force for good. But the first time you experience that cannot be on the Fireground. You have to have been there before. Once you get above 175, that's condition black. And for a lot of people, research has shown, especially for public safety, military and police especially, once they get that adrenaline-induced response at 175 or higher, it's basically shut down. People have actually literally defecated themselves in stressful situations because they lose bodily control. So as much as we can, we need to fight that as much as possible. And we can relate that back to what happened at Woodscape. With my crew, we had trained for entanglement scenarios. We had trained physically to make sure our bodies were prepared for that. We had been in gear. We had limited ranges of motion. We had stressed ourselves out to the point to where we had experienced those situations before. So for us, we kind of got in this flow state. And there's actually a lot of research behind the flow state and flow theory. I relate it to like an awesome rock band in their jam session, or like you see sports teams in really hard situations and they just execute flawless moves. There's a doctor who kind of coined the term, and it was a Croatian guy named Csikszentmihalyi. Don't even try to spell it, it's tough. But basically, you need to challenge yourself constantly, but you need to perform high levels of skill constantly over a period of time in years and days and months to get to that point. The goal here is to basically get to autopilot. When cutters came out for myself and the other guys, they came out seamlessly. We knew exactly what we had to do with them. You need to train for success, but also experience some failure. You need to be intrinsically motivated to do these things. And you need to have a feeling of control. As soon as you start getting to that point to where you feel like you're losing control, your confidence is going to start to drop. So these are all things that need to happen when you hit that flow state. And over time, that should be an eventual goal. So when you are in that bad situation, it feels seamless and you're super confident, which just breeds more confidence. Moving on, one of the programs that we have here in the county is the IF Fireground Survival Program. And it was fantastic because it's not only teaching you the skills, but it's getting everybody from the communication center involved, our command officers involved. We start to realize what the expectations are of if a firefighter's in a bad situation, what can command expect that firefighter to do so that he can better deploy resources, and vice versa. How do we put ourselves in positions just to prevent the Mayday in general? You know, things like reading smoke, knowing what building construction is going to do and how we're going to be able to respond to that, and what the fire is going to do to change our conditions and our practices and strategy. And then once you are in a bad situation, if you weren't able to avoid it, how do you get yourself out of that? So once we get there, these are a lot of the skills that we're going through. And we still use that crawl, walk, run methodology. So over time, we start without, at the beginning, we're in PPE, but we're not taking our vision away. We don't have bottles on. And then as we start to build these sets and reps, then we can throw the bottle on, then we can breathe air, then we can take vision away. Then we can get away from the props and we can actually bail out of a 2-story hose tower or the fire tower and actually go through these skills and actually experience it. Because again, just like I've talked about with all these other training concepts, is the first time you should experience it should not be on the fire ground in a real situation. It should happen prior to that. And having that little bit of struggle is okay, and it's going to breed more confidence. So we're going to work up from that zero visibility, go into real speed, and go through all this. And maybe you don't have access to IFF Fireground Survival Programs. There's a lot of subject matter experts, I'm sure, in your own departments that have a passion for this. You know, seek them out. If you don't have that person, use a third-party training company. The resources are out there. You know, just start going through that. You don't have to have the IFF program to kind of overcome some of these obstacles. All right, physical wellness is something that's very near and dear to me. Stronger people are harder to kill and are more useful in general. Like, you can't deny that, right? Especially with our job, we're occupational athletes and we have to kind of conduct ourselves as such. So I've had people tell me that, no, I don't need to do this training, or I don't need to work out because my adrenaline will get me through whatever scenario I'm about to go through. And when 50% of our line of duty deaths are cardiac related, that excuse to me is null and void. The adrenaline dump that you're going to experience in a bad situation is going to be the thing that puts you into cardiac arrest, potentially, and now you're a liability to me and to everybody else around. So we're supposed to effect a rescue, or maybe save one of our own, and now we also have to worry about you. Or maybe I work more efficiently because I'm more experienced. I got more time in. And you might be a 30-year firefighter that has done nothing to keep up with their skills, because our skills are perishable. These are things that have to be kept up with. Just like any sport or like learning a language, you have to keep up with these skills or you lose it. So if you're the 30-year person who's going to retire in a year and you've been sitting on the couch, you are still no good to me because you have not kept up with those skills. So again, 50% of our line of duty deaths are cardiac related. And the workouts that we need to have happen in the firehouse and on your own time need to replicate what we're actually doing out in the field. So if you're a bodybuilder, that's awesome. You have a great strength foundation. Or if you're somebody who really likes marathons, that's great too. You have a fantastic cardio base. But if you're not trying to complete a lot of work very quickly in a stressful situation, and that could be moving large loads very quickly. It could be just managing your body weight, doing gymnastics type stuff. you're going to be a liability because you're specializing. And our goal here is to not specialize and to get as much fitness concepts into one area as we possibly can. And I'm going to show you the effectiveness of that. So again, here is a CBA air consumption chart from Project Mayday. I don't know who this person is, doesn't matter. But what we're showing here is a firefighter who was in a Mayday situation themselves. So the first 8 minutes of their air consumption is typical work performed on the Fireground, you know, pulling hose lines, doing searches with their tools. They've used up 50% of their air cylinder in that first 80 minutes. That's that first green drop, and it's a pretty steady drop. Pay attention to that. The collapse of a floor occurs 8 minutes into this firefighter using air. They use up the remaining 50% of their air cylinder in 3 minutes. So they empty their entire air cylinder in 11 minutes. And you can see that very steady drop. And this is very common. Talking to BA techs and representatives from BA companies, this is pretty common. This is not out of the ordinary for the fire service, but I think we can do better. Moving on, this is an air consumption chart from one of the first in units at Woodscape. Now, one of the things I want to point out, again, this is absolutely reminiscent of what we see in the fire service talking to BA techs. The cylinder was on for about 42 minutes. There was a couple minute break, and about 3/4 of the way through, this person actually changed out cylinders and got a new one. So that's where that break is in the middle. Now you'll notice here that every time they were asked to do something, if they were tasked with something to accomplish, there's a noticeable drop in air, and there's an obvious demand in air consumption. So that could be pulling hoses, that can be forcing doors, that can be doing searches, coming in, coming out. Every time they're required to do something, there's a noticeable drop in air. Now moving on, this is my chart on the left, and this is firefighter Andy Hoffman's on the right. I've been a CrossFit instructor for 10 years, and I've been doing it even longer than that. And our shift had been doing those high intensity interval training type workouts in the firehouse for the year leading up to this situation, leading up to the Woodscape call. What you'll notice for mine on the left, that first noticeable drop in air right here, this first drop, that's where I thought I was originally going to go in through side alpha. I was told, hey, no, hold up, stand by. That second drop is when I thought we were going to go into the RIT operation, but we were held up by Charlie Command to say, hey, no, hold on, we need to get these par reports and get a count of everybody. And then for both of us, you'll notice a nice, clean, 45-degree angle, steady drop. This is search. This is pulling hose lines. This is the entanglement scenario. This is working within 95% of my max capacity of dragging a down firefighter, dragging Lieutenant Flynn out of a high heat, low visibility, just super tight pathway in a crawl space and getting them out. So metabolically, I'm working at the absolute top tier of what I'm capable of. And for the next 2 weeks after, because the adrenaline dump I experienced, I was no good for about 2 weeks because I was just utterly exhausted. But there's a nice clean drop of air. And this is what we should be aspiring to do. I don't mean to sit here and talk myself up or talk the men up, but they did a fantastic job. And if they were not physically prepared for what we had to do that night, there could have been firefighters that were stuck in that entanglement scenario and then their low air alarms went off. Maybe they couldn't gotten out of the structure. What if the space did collapse and we had to manage the air we had for that secondary RIT team to come in? So it's not just about us, it's about putting our other people around us in trouble. So we have to train in such a way that is reminiscent of what we do on the Fireground. Just doing strength or just doing cardio isn't going to be enough. So here are some options that we have. Now, this is a cool chart because it kind of gives us an idea of how we need to be training. So there's a difference between anaerobic and aerobic. Aerobic is the oxygen-driven energy systems. That's when you're pounding the pavement. I'm going to go for a jog. I'm just going to do, a couple light push-ups. I'm going to go for a walk. That's where aerobic is coming into play because oxygen is powering your workout. When we get into anaerobic, it's either sugar or naturally occurring phosphagen in the body is powering the workout. These are high power, but low duration. And you have to have little bits of rest in there to circle back and to be able to complete work. The neat thing about the high intensity exercise is that it trains anaerobic. Anaerobic can train aerobic, but aerobic cannot train anaerobic. So that's why marathon runners, they specialize in that. That's pretty much all they can do. But if you have somebody that trains anaerobically constantly, like the Olympic sprinter or like a world-class gymnast, they're working in things which are high power output. You can put that person into other sports and other domains, and they're going to do pretty well, whereas the marathon runner can only specialize in that one thing. Or you have the bodybuilder. I know a couple that they go up to get to the top of the steps, and they're literally out of breath because of the way they train and the way they eat, and they're specializing in that. So again, our fitness and our training needs to be broad, but it needs to be inclusive. And our goal, if we're going to specialize in anything, specialize for the Fireground. Get in your gear, put on a weight vest. And if you don't have those tools, go outside and do deadlifts and then go run. You can do sled swings on a tire and then work your core, do squats, do push-ups, do gymnastics, do weightlifting, do yoga, go run, and try to mix them up as much as possible. Now, there's something you can't see here. That's the Z-axis. The Z-axis is your age. So 20-year-old Josh is going to be very different from 50-year-old Josh. But as you grow through your career and as you grow through life, you can absolutely still push the envelope of what you can physically do throughout your lifetime. So just because you're 70 years old doesn't mean you can't do this. I actually train everybody from the 18-year-old lacrosse player who's going into college all the way up through 70 and 80-year-old grandmothers and everybody in between. So we need to preserve the stimulus of the workout, but we can scale back to meet their needs and meet their abilities. So I use the term scaling isn't sailing. You can scale back. So if I tell one person to do 300-pound deadlifts, maybe you can do 100-pound deadlifts. Let a good goal be work up towards your body weight in a deadlift. And then maybe 1.5 times your body weight, because it's not just you that you're affecting. It's you plus your gear, plus your equipment, plus the downed firefighter that's in front of you, or plus the little girl that's stuck up on the second floor. So it's not just your weight and ability that you need to manage. This is a whole community expectation of the community and of the fire service. So we need to be able to push the envelope and have goals. And it's okay to start small and work up to it. Not everybody's there, but let this kind of hopefully reset your expectations and have some new goals in mind. Now here's some common examples. When you say high intensity exercise, like what actually is that? So over on the left, we see 3 rounds for time. So this is where I have basically set the work expectations, and you need to complete that as fast as possible. Hey, there's a mother and her daughter stuck and trapped on the second floor. You have to go in and get them out. And you have to deal with hose lines, you have to deal with fire, you have to deal with the stress and weight of getting those people out. So that's where we have running. We are doing kettlebell swings. So that's where we're placing, we're working with a random kind of uneven object with the kettlebell, and then you're doing gymnastics. But you need to do that as fast as you can. You need to finish those 3 rounds as quickly as you can. In the middle is now we've set the time domain. So AMRAP means as many rounds of repetitions as possible. So 1 round is the pull-up, push-up, air squat. You need to be able to complete as many of those in 20 minutes as you can. That's like your air cylinder. That's a finite amount of air. You need to be able to complete as much work as you can with the air that you have. And on the right, filthy 50. If you can't handle the loading of that, so it's basically 50 reps of each thing, and you can't move on to the next task until you complete that one, which happens to us on the Fireground. Change the volume up. It can be a dirty 30. You can do 30 reps of everything. You can do 10 reps of everything. So you can scale to meet your needs, but these are some options. These are generally what some of these high intensity workouts look like. This is more reminiscent of what we do on the Fireground. It's not spending 2 hours doing back and buys, and it's not doing 20 minutes on a treadmill. Those things are important. We still have to do those things, but we need to mix them up and throw them into here, and you're going to be more successful in the Fireground. All right, switching gears, we're getting on the back side of this, so just bear with me. General Mattis, you can read the quote up here, but he's also said it elsewhere, where if you haven't read hundreds of books, you are functionally illiterate and you will be incompetent because your personal experiences alone aren't broad enough to sustain you. I sat in the Andy Frederick's training days a couple years back with Chief John Salka talking, and a young kid in the front raised his hand and he said, "Hey Chief, what books can I be reading to help me grow in the fire service?" And the entire 300-person room just erupts in laughter. Because we're firefighters, we need to put our hands on stuff, we need to get there out there to the street. I thought it was super ironic because we're in a lecture class when this happened. But I think General Mattis said it really well. I can live through other people's experiences. And that's the simple answer for that. Could be NIOSH reports, it could be near miss reports. We can actually put ourselves in the shoes of somebody else who's experienced something. So my experience, again, might be enough to sustain me. So I have to learn through those other people, and we can design our training through that. So a couple good books that I really like, On Combat. That's where I got some of the stress inoculation bit. This is what's literally happening to you on a physiological level when you're in stressful life or death situations. And they talk about how to overcome that, how to deal with PTSD. It's catered more so to the military and police, but there are a ton of parallels that we can get for the fire service from this book. In Extremist Leadership is this gentleman follows teams that are in life or death situations, whether that's military, whether that's elite parachuting teams. And they find out what leadership principles have to be in play for your teams to be successful in life or death situations. And one of the big things that I took out from that is competence. If you are competent in your skills and at your profession, it will breed trust and integrity with your team. If you can be the coolest person in the firehouse, you can have all the cool gear. If you can't hold up your expectation on the job, on the fireground, people are not going to trust you, because that's when the rubber really meets the road. So competence is huge. Deep Survival is fantastic. It's quite literally who lives, who dies, and why. The first half of the book is very research heavy. I nerd out on that. I like that. I like knowing what's actually happening on the physiological level. The back half is also fantastic because it's giving stories and you're tracking people through actual real situations. All right, this group of people are in a situation out in the middle of the ocean because their boat sank. These people die because they made these decisions, and these people live because they made these decisions. And again, there are a ton of parallels that we can get for the fire service from these books. And the culture code's a really good one. It's just about tracking elite teams, whether it's sports teams, business organizations, and how you build them up on an interpersonal level. So you can be competent at your job, and you can have all the great gear, you can have all the great training, but if you don't know how to meet the needs of your people, maybe things are happening outside the firehouse, how to build that trust among the group, you're still going to fail. You have to have that trust, you have to have that respect, and it goes both ways. So this is a cool book for that. There's another good one, Chop Wood, Carry Water by Josh Medcalf. It's about enjoying the process of becoming great and constantly working. This is a constant process. Again, everything I've talked about, it's a perishable skill. So from year 1 to year 30, year 50, however long you're in this job, no matter what you do, you have to keep up with your skills. Podcasts. I know a lot of people in the fire service, you may not be 5 minutes down the road from your firehouse. You might have a drive ahead of you, and that's a perfect opportunity to learn. There is so much free information out there that people are just giving away. We should be taking advantage of that. So podcasts, you can, plug it into your headphones, plug it into your phone, your car, whatever, and just start listening. And you can design your training around those things that you learn. Again, I can live kind of vicariously through other people and their experiences and coordinate my training around that. So situational awareness matters. It's Fireground stories of near misses and how personnel can get into or out of those bad situations. I learned about firefighters that recognized the signs of flashover, and it saved their lives to get out. They were still injured, but they were able to get out. Another firefighter was a garden apartment fire in Texas. The whole stairway collapsed on top of them and sandwiched them, folded them in two, and they were stuck there burning until crews came to get them. You would never think about that, but it actually happened to somebody. So we can learn from their experiences. Jocko podcast, some people love them, some people are like, it's not really my thing. It's a ton of military leadership, a lot of military history, but we can learn from military Medal of Honor recipients through military history. There's a ton of human element that's at play that we can glean from. And if for nothing else, you'll have military members that go through incredible, dangerous life or death scenarios, and the thing that got them out of a dark place was just being able to talk about it. And so our teams being in a rough scenario and experiencing a line of duty death, being able to talk about it and get it out and not go by that old mindset of, we have to have this tough exterior. It's okay to have that shoulder to cry on. It's okay to talk about it. And I think Jocko does a fantastic job of that. Leadership Under Fire. It's a FDNY firefighter and former Marine. He brings on people like Navy SEALs and sports psychologists, sports players. It could be firefighters from other departments, and we just learn from their field of expertise. And again, we can draw parallels and make ourselves better at our job. It's just, they've got great stuff. And they're not limited here. We have Fit to Fight Fire, Journeyman Firefighter, Team Never Quit, Engine Hose Training, RIT Nerds, Fire Engineering. I don't mean to leave anybody out, but there is so much free information. We need to benefit from them. It's out there. It's all free. So, wrapping things up, treat every call as if it's real. We need to experience the realism as much as we can. We need to stress ourselves out as much as we can, both physically and emotionally. Again, we talked about the difference between adrenaline-induced response and physically induced response, stress responses. It's okay to experience that stress. It's okay to experience struggle. Because again, the first time that you should experience something on the fireground should not be on the fireground. It should have been in training. And you'll be able to greatly overcome that. And then wellness, not just physical, but mental, emotional. Having that team concept at play is huge in our overall success. This is kind of just the unofficial motto of 7. I stole this from Patrick Lanciati, which is the author of Ideal Team Player. We can be the best trained people. We can have all the best gear. We can have the greatest skills on the planet. But if we're not humble, we all know you could have one super arrogant person on that shift and they bring the entire shift down. So we need to stay humble. Hungry. We need to be passionate about this job. So many people talk about motivation. There are plenty of times I'm not motivated to come into the firehouse and do training. You know, I have young kids. They could have worn me out the day before. But I need to be disciplined. I still need to have enough passion for this job where I maintain the discipline. You know what? No, I need to do the right thing for my shift, for my team, for my family, for the community. So I need to spend that hour of training. Like Celeste said, 6 minutes. Become 1% better. Spend time doing that. And emotional intelligence, again, it kind of goes back to the humility side. If I don't know how to talk to my people and how to build the team up, and I'm just an arrogant, authoritarian leader, I'm not going to build a healthy team concept where we can all work together and become stronger. So all these things are at play. Think about how this affects you, how it affects your department. Again, I'm just the spokesperson for 7. These guys here, they have their own stories. And they could go on for hours talking about their experiences in the firehouse, on that call, at home. And I'm just a spokesperson for them. So I'm just the one representative for these guys. A ton of people helped me with this presentation. The department's been fantastic. We're making changes. We're becoming better. I can't commend Celeste enough for her, not only her strength, but her support through all of this. And I just really appreciate everybody giving me this opportunity to speak. If you have any questions for me, my email is joshburchick@gmail.com. Just reach out to me. It may take me a minute to get to you, but I've responded to everybody I can. We went through a rough experience, but I'm hoping that some people got some good messages and can learn from what I've done and what our team went through and what they accomplished. So there's a lot to be gleaned here. And kind of wrapping things up a little bit, we also, some of the people out in the fire service, like, hey, we hear you're doing some training. What are some ideas of things that we can do? So we actually have a couple of videos that we're going to bring up of just a couple really simple ideas. Again, I'm kind of showing you the middle pieces of this, so you have to start with the foundations and build up to it. And there are a lot of things that we've done past what you're seeing in these videos to further stress our people out and to further accomplish like greater goals and a greater degree of just stress and complexity. So these are just some examples that you can take back to your firehouse, and we'll pull those up really quickly and get into it. With this training at Evolutions, we're trying to show the difference between exiting and abandoning a structure. With exiting a structure, that means that, hey, we're not making headway, we're not making the progress that we need to, or maybe the strategy has changed. So in that position, we need to grab our tools, we can grab our hand lines, and we can back out as we need to. Fire department, when you hear the order abandon the structure, that means that something has happened or something is imminent, is about to happen. In this instance, you're going to leave everything in place and get out as fast as you possibly can. The first time you hear abandon the structure in a high-stress IDLH environment should not be on the fire ground. So we need to start working those skills in a training environment. Command all units on the fire ground. Abandon the structure. Abandon the structure. When the order is given to abandon the structure, they need to leave any tools that they have in place and as quickly as possible get out of the structure. In this evolution, we have multiple hand lines in place going to different areas of the structure. The blue line is going to an area that we do not want to send our personnel to. You'll notice that they're moving very quickly, but they're maintaining the orientation on the hose line. You'll notice that one firefighter picked up the hose line and dropped it on the ground. She's listening for the couplings to smack concrete to give an indication that she's coming up on lugs. When she does come up to the lugs and the coupling connection, they can do a quick read and make sure that they actually are going back out to the pump and making their way to safety. When they get to where multiple hose lines are crossing over each other, they're not just stepping over, they're sliding their hands underneath to make contact with their hands to absolutely ensure that they are on the right hose line and they don't step off and accidentally go onto another hose line that might send them into a bad area and a place they don't want to be. This should be done quickly and efficiently. All right, awesome. Now we're going to get into managing an obstruction in a hose line. In this training scenario, we're going to be pulling hose lines and we're going to be managing obstructions. In this training scenario, we're going to be pulling hose lines and we're going to be managing obstructions. When I usually set this scenario up for my firefighters, I want them to be managing turns and curves and have that be the focus of the drill. When the lineman is pulling the hose line, I don't want that person to get too far out in front and taking their turns too sharp so that way they pinch off the hose line. But we also don't want them going too wide around turns so that way we get every inch as possible to the fire. I usually try to set it up to where they have multiple turns that they have to navigate, so that way that is the focus of the training scenario. They may not even know that an obstruction is coming. Once they actually get to the point to where they have an obstruction, then they have to realize it and go from there. As the firefighters are flowing water, they begin to realize that they have an obstruction and there's an issue with the hose line. Some of the first things that we need to do is have them radio back to the pump operator that there's an issue, and the backup firefighter is going to go around and they're going to chase kinks and see if there's anything caught under tires, doors, or there's issues with couplings, maybe something burned through. Once they've figured out that there's no issue at the pump panel and that the hose line is secure, one of the last pieces we need to check is the nozzle. He's checking the flow and pattern, bleeding it out to make sure that any obstructions are flowing out of the hose line, checks the nozzle, clears any obstructions, and then if you're in a condition where you can put the nozzle back on. Obviously, in a low visibility IDLH environment, this is not recommended, and you can use a straight stream and continue fire suppression activities and just ditch the fog nozzle altogether. Hopefully one of the personnel might be carrying a smooth bore stack tip where you can put that on for a nicer stream. There's an obvious difference once the obstruction is cleared that you have a nicer pattern. 2 medical gloves, put it in. So to do that, we're going to take 2 medical gloves and put it into a third. We're going to knot it up, and what we're going to do is we're going to put it at the connection point for whatever line that you're going to use. So that could be right here. So this way the obstruction actually has time to make it all the way through the hose line once it gets charged. We're going to simulate a catastrophic failure of the BA or a stuck MMR purge valve. We can attach We're going to simulate a catastrophic failure of the BA or a stuck MMR purge valve. We can attached line of duty deaths and near misses, one being in Philly and one being in Georgia, where this training becomes relevant. What we first want to start doing is simulate work being done prior to entering the structure. So we need to get our heart rate and breathing rates a little higher. By doing this, we're going to take off on a little jog out and back, and then we're going to do 10 push-ups. You can do anything. You can do sledge swings, you can be pulling hose, you can be running stairs, you can do lunges on a box, whatever is necessary. That's similar to the work that we're going to do, but to get the heart rate and the breathing rate up. Once they complete whatever simulated work to get their heart and breathing rate up, then they're going to crawl to the end of the nozzle to simulate that they're relieving the crew. Once they get to the end of the nozzle, they will begin flowing water with the high heart rate. You eventually want to work up to the point to where you can do this in full gear with zero visibility once they get on the hose line on air. Once they actually get to the end of the hose line, they will begin to flow water, and you will have one other firefighter make a predetermination of whose BA they want to shut down. Once that BA gets shut down, you'll hear the low air alarm go off, and they need to recognize which firefighter that is. When that firefighter's BA gets shut down, they need to recognize which issue it actually is. And for this scenario, again, it's going to be the MMR purge valve or catastrophic failure. In this scenario, this is where they're going to need to share their MMRs. By doing that, they need to recognize it, call out to each other with what remaining air they have left, and be able to hold their breath with a high heart rate. Once they do that, the one firefighter with the air supply takes a breath, unclips, hands their MMR to the other person. The firefighter who's had the failure needs to take a deep breath, they need to unclip, and they need to be able to hand it back and forth. They keep cycling through this process a couple times and eventually get to the point to where they can work their way out of the structure while sharing an MMR. A couple quick points of performance with this evolution. You'll notice that when one firefighter hands off to the other, they're a little bit further down on the line. They're not holding the actual MMR itself. That's because when we hand off, we do not want two gloved hands fighting and fishing for the actual MMR. By holding a little bit further down on that line, it gives the firefighter who's receiving it time to grab it and clip in. Additionally, when you are not clipped into the MMR, you may want to start thinking about placing a gloved hand over top the opening of the mask so that way you're not breathing in products of combustion. As a final point of performance, you'll notice that the firefighters are always maintaining 2 to 3 points of contact with the hose line, a foot, a knee, and possibly a hand.
Okay. So those are just a couple training ideas that you can take back to your departments. Obviously, modify it for your departments. Make it work for you. Change it up. You can grow from that. These are just some very quick ideas. At 7, we've built on these and have incorporated a lot of different skills and a lot of different stressors into the environment. Now, keep in mind, this is shot for film, so it's not exactly as you may see it here. We slowed it down. We wanted to really showcase some things. But in the firehouse, we can try to make this as real as possible. Again, anytime we experience something, it should not be on the Fireground the first time. It should be in a training environment, work up to that point where you get stressed out. So again, I welcome any questions or comments you guys may have. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you to Celeste for her support and for the department for their support in bringing me on. I think we're going to take a quick 10-minute break, and then we'll have Keith Stakes from UL come up and get some great information out.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you, Lieutenant Burchick. Very informative and heartfelt presentation. Excellent stuff. I'm sure everybody will get a lot out of that. We appreciate it. Our next presenter, Keith Stakes, is a fire protection engineer with the Underwriters Laboratories Fire Safety Research Institute. In addition to his research and studies on the effectiveness of fire service tactics, as well as advances in firefighter safety and fireground operations, he currently serves as a volunteer battalion chief with the Bethesda Chevy Chase Rescue Squad in Montgomery County, Maryland. Additionally, Keith serves on the NFPA Technical Committee for Fire Service Training, the Editorial Advisory Board for Fire Rescue One, and Fire Chief Magazine. Keith, take it away.
All right, thank you, Chief. Good morning, everybody. As mentioned, my name's Keith Stakes, research engineer with Underwriters Laboratories, and it's truly an honor to be here today in honor and memory of Lieutenant Flynn. So really, we're here for Nate, and Josh's presentation this morning was fantastic. I'm sure you all took a lot from that, and it's going to be a tough act to follow. But here, I'm going to be talking about fireground coordination. So at the end of the day, if you take one message from this, one piece of information or learning away from this, I hope it was well worth your time. So I'd like to start out by talking a little bit about our mindset as firefighters and members of the fire service, what's important for when we're trying to digest and understand firefighting research and how it could be of aid to us. We're going to do a little bit of a review on the suppression study, which is the fire attack study focused on interior and exterior suppression methods. And then we're going to get into fireground coordination, which was the most recent project we completed that was broken out into three parts, looking at single-family dwellings, multifamily dwellings, specifically garden-style apartments, and then an exploratory look into commercial strip malls. So with that, I'd like to start with a little video. There's a little bit of humor here, and it's covering something about knowledge, understanding, and truth, which is going to set us in the right mindset to digest this information.
Hey, it's me, Destin. Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. You've heard people say it's just like riding a bike, meaning it's really easy and you can't forget how to do it, right? But I did something. I did something that damaged my mind. It happened on the streets of Amsterdam, and I got really scared, honestly. I can't ride a bike like you can anymore. Before I show you the video of what happened, I need to tell you the backstory. Like many 6-year-olds with a MacGyver mullet, I learned how to ride a bike when I was really young. I had learned a life skill and I was really proud of it. Everything changed though when my friend Barney called me 25 years later. Where I work, the welders are geniuses and they like to play jokes on the engineers. He had a challenge for me. He had built a special bicycle and he wanted me to try to ride it. He had only changed one thing. When you turn the handlebar to the left, the wheel goes to the right. When you turn it to the right, the wheel goes to the left. I thought this would be easy, so I hopped on the bike ready to demonstrate how quickly I could conquer this.
And here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Destin Sandlin. First attempt riding the bicycle.
Alright. So, the faster I go, the better. Yeah.
I couldn't do it. You can see that I'm laughing, but I'm actually really frustrated. In this moment, I had a really deep revelation. My thinking was in a rut. This bike revealed a very deep truth to me. I had the knowledge of how to operate the bike, but I did not have the understanding. Therefore, knowledge is not understanding. Look, I know what you're probably thinking. Destin's probably just an uncoordinated engineer and can't do it. But that's not the case at all. The algorithm that's associated with riding a bike in your brain is just that complicated. Think about it. Downwards force on the pedals, leaning your whole body, pulling and pushing the handlebars, gyroscopic precession in the wheels. Every single force is part of this algorithm. And if you change any one part, it affects the entire control system. I do not make definitive statements that often, but I'm telling you right now, you cannot ride this bicycle. You might think you can, but you can't. I know this because I'm often asked to speak at universities and conferences, and I take the bike with me. It's always the same. People think they're going to try some trick or they're just going to power through it. It doesn't work. Your brain cannot handle this. For instance, this guy, I offered him $200 just to ride this bike 10 feet across the stage. Everybody thought he could do it.
No, you didn't understand. You didn't understand. So, this way. Alright, just a second. Alright, so, whenever you're ready. Yeah. Go ahead. No, you have to keep your feet on. Dude, look, alright, here we go. Just give me a. Wait, like,
Once you have a rigid way of thinking in your head, sometimes you cannot change that, even if you want to. So here's what I did. It was a personal challenge. I stayed out here in this driveway and I practiced about 5 minutes every day. My neighbors made fun of me. I had many wrecks, but after 8 months, this happened. One day I couldn't ride the bike and the next day I could. It was like I could feel some kind of pathway in my brain that was now unlocked. It was really weird though. It's like there's this trail in my brain, but if I wasn't paying close enough attention to it, my brain would easily lose that neural path and jump back onto the old road it was more familiar with. Any small distractions at all, like a cell phone ringing in my pocket, would instantly throw my brain back to the old control algorithm and I would wreck. But at least I could ride it. My son is the closest person to me genetically, and he's been riding a normal bike for 3 years. That's over half his life. I wanted to know how long it would take him to learn how to ride a backwards bike, so I told him if he learned how to ride a backwards bike, he could go with me to Australia and meet a real astronaut.
Are you going to give up?
No.
Go ahead. This is how it starts. Look at this. This is such a big deal. Get up, you got it. Did you see his brain get it? So how many weeks have we been doing this? 2 weeks? In 2 weeks, he did something that took me 8 months to do, which demonstrates that a child has more neuroplasticity, am I even saying that right, than an adult.
It's clear from this experiment that children have a much more plastic brain than adults. That's why the best time to learn a language is when you're a young child.
All right, today's bike log. I can ride smooth, I can ride fast. I'm thinking the experiment is over. Okay, now I'm in Amsterdam, a city that has more bicycles than people. The question is, can I ride a normal bike now? I mean, I've spent all this time unlearning how to ride a bike. If I go back and try to ride a normal one, will my brain mess up? So I've tweeted a Smarter Everyday meetup, if you will, and I'm going to see if somebody brings a bicycle, and I'm going to try to ride a normal bike. It's backwards, it's backwards.
This was one of the most frustrating moments of my life. I had ridden a normal bike since I was 6, but in this moment I couldn't do it anymore. I had set out to prove that I could free my brain from a cognitive bias. But at this point, I'm pretty sure that all I proved is that I could only redesignate that bias.
So what you're not seeing is just a group of people here looking at me, looking at the strange American that can't ride a bike because they think I'm dumb. But I'm actually 2 levels deep into this because I've learned and unlearned. All right.
After 20 minutes of making a fool out of myself, suddenly my brain clicked back into the old algorithm. I can't explain it, but it happened in a very specific moment.
Got it. I'm back. Oh, click. Hold it, click. I got it. Okay, there it is. There was the moment. Okay, I can ride a bike.
I tried to explain this to the people around me, and they just didn't get it. They thought I was faking the previous 20 minutes, and I couldn't get anybody to believe me.
That looked like I faked that, didn't it?
Yeah.
Just to fake. You think I'm faking. You don't believe me.
That looks so weird. You were like, la la la, and it's
You think I'm lying, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
I'm not lying.
I felt like the only person on the planet who had ever unlearned how to ride a bike, and I couldn't articulate it to anyone because everybody just knew that you can't forget how to ride a bike. So I learned 3 things from this experiment. I learned that welders are often smarter than engineers. I learned that knowledge does not equal understanding. And I learned that truth is truth, no matter what I think about it. So be very careful how you interpret things because you're looking at the world with a bias, whether you think you are or not. I'm Destin. You're getting smarter every day. Have a good one.
So what I love about that video is it's a great practical explanation and application of these 3 concepts: knowledge, understanding, and truth. So just because All right, so I'm not sure how much of the video you guys were actually able to see, but it's a great practical application of those three concepts: knowledge, understanding, and truth. So at the end of the day, just because we know something doesn't mean we necessarily know how to apply it or understand the why behind it. And then also, truth is truth. And that's a lot behind the science here, that the science is fact, and we're not here to argue the science, but we all come into this with a cognitive bias whenever we're trying to digest fire research and firefighting research. I have a bias as a researcher through my experience in the research, through my experience in the fire service, and through my culture and background growing up as well, just like much of you would in the fire service from your own given areas. So with that, we want to talk real quick about our experience on the Fireground. So every one of us watching this video, everyone in the room here could go to the same fire and take away a different experience. We always talk about firefighting being a complex puzzle, and what we mean by that is if you look at all of these puzzle pieces up here, these all play into the experience that you take away in a given incident. The fire dynamics of what the fire is doing at a given time, what type of building it is, what is your response model, whether it be here in Howard County, Maryland, down the road in Montgomery County, out in Los Angeles. Pre-incident bias, that's what you're coming into this experience with from previous times. Your arrival order and what type of function you're performing on the Fireground, and then the timing of all the different tactics that are occurring. So for example, let's say that you're coming to a fire, it's a 2-story single-family dwelling, you're showing up on the second due engine. So let's say your job is to get around to the Charlie side with a line, give a basement report, you find out that there's a walkout, so you force entry into the basement and you find heavy floor-to-ceiling smoke that you're not able to see through. When you make that forcible entry and get access to the basement, let's say that you as that second due engine see a drastic improvement in conditions. You see that the smoke starts to lift, you get back visibility, the temperatures are dropping, you're not feeling as much heat, and you're able to work into the basement and see if you can find any fire or any potential victims. So your takeaway from that incident is that I went around the back, I forced a door, things got better, but what about the first due engine that's operating above you? Did they take away the same experience? Let's say they're on the first floor advancing a line to the rear of the building, and conditions all of a sudden get drastically worse about halfway back. Well, now the same action that you performed in a different location in the structure that was a positive effect on you was a negative effect on another crew inside that same building. So again, at the end of the day, our experience on the Fireground is different, even on the same crew, just position on the line. The nozzleman is going to have a different experience than the backup person, a different experience than the officer. So this is all about keeping an open mind, knowing that all of our experiences are different and we're coming into everything with a bias. So with that, we'll get into reviewing the fire attack study a little bit. Again, the fire attack study was the first set of experiments where we were able to look at interior fire attack and get a good understanding of what's happening to potentially trapped occupants inside the building. So these are the fundamental building blocks that we used to design the coordinated experiments and figure out how we can best pair up suppression and ventilation actions. So the fire attack study was broken out into 3 pieces. We wanted to understand the mechanics of hose streams first. So we wanted to figure out how much our hose streams are entraining air and what does that do inside of a building. Secondly, we want to look at water mapping, which is how water gets distributed within inside of a compartment. And then we take those 2 pieces together and we start actually lighting things on fire and figuring out how all these pieces play together with one another. So the couple quick takeaways from the air entrainment portion of the study: if you are holding a solid or a straight stream, whether that be a smoothbore nozzle or a combination nozzle set to a straight stream, if you hold that in a fixed position, you're going to be moving anywhere between 1 to 2,000 CFM of air, cubic feet per minute of air. If you take that same solid or straight stream and start to manipulate that in any type of pattern, whether that be an O pattern, a T, a Z, an N, wall, ceiling, wall, whatever the pattern of choice is, if you're doing that at about the same speed, you're going to be moving somewhere between 4,000 to 6,000 CFM. So a drastic step up from our 1 to 2 when we're holding our stream fixed. Then we go ahead and take that straight stream, rotate it to a fog, whether that be a 15 or 30 degree fog. Now we're starting to move a whole lot more air, upwards of 10 to 15,000 CFM. So when you start to hear these values, what can we compare that to? When we're moving as much as 10 or 15,000 CFM of air, we're now comparable to the same amount of air you'd be moving with a PPV fan. So we are capable of moving as much air with our hose stream that we would be the same putting a fan at the front door. So we need to be figuring out how this plays into our fire attack. On the bottom there is a video showing an improper exterior stream applied, where we're maximizing the amount of air that's entrained, minimizing the amount of water, and occluding the opening, which are all things we'll touch on here in a little bit. But you can see with the amount of air that's entrained, we're obviously increasing the fire behavior and redirecting the flow. When we talk about water mapping, again, this is where water's going inside the compartment based on how we deflect that stream. When we have a stream that's perpendicular to a surface, so picture taking a fire attack line and aiming it straight at a wall across from you, that water is going to radiate out in all 360 degrees. The shallower that angle of the stream, the more water is going to go directly ahead of you and not as much behind, which is why you always hear throughout the fire service that we want to start out with a steep angle. Whether that's on the outside of the structure, we're going to get the stream into the window, keep it as steep and tight as possible. That's going to provide the greatest surface coverage in the room. When that stream is rotating out in 360 degrees, the water's going to ride across the ceiling, it's going to hit all four walls, rain down the walls, and then come back across the floor. The same thing is going to happen when you're coming down a hallway and you turn into a bedroom that's on fire. You start with the stream high, get all the surfaces coated so you knock the gases out of play, and then you're going to drop the stream down onto the remaining fuels that are burning for base fire extinguishment. When we do that, and we know that the water's riding across the surfaces and down the walls, we're not getting as much water into the center of the compartment. On the inside, this is easily fixed by just dropping the stream down onto the contents, but on the exterior, it's going to require some sort of other application. So if I pull up to a house, I've got windows of fire showing on the second floor, and the designation is that we're going to hit it from the outside first. We're going to apply that stream as steeply as we possibly can, get the water coated across all the surfaces in the compartment, take that from a vent-limited post-flashover fire back to a fuel-limited fire. In order to minimize my chances of regrowth, I need to do something else to get some water onto what's burning in the middle. So some applications here, you can see window header application. Simply before you shut the line down, bring the stream back and deflect it off the top of the window header, and now you get better coverage in the compartment. It buys you more time on your transition to the inside. The same thing applies on the interior. If we're working down a hallway towards a room or multiple rooms that are on fire, if you can find out which side of the hallway the room is on, you're going to hug that opposite wall with the line because you want to try and get a long distance relationship with the fire. You want to get water into that compartment as soon as you possibly can so that you're improving victim survivability and you're maintaining survivable space for anybody that's inside and any sort of hazards that you may encounter as well. So much like the window header, if you're on the inside of the building, you can apply that stream to the door frame of the compartment that's on fire, ride that up and down, and get water into the compartment much sooner. When we talk about training aids to help get across some of these points, we have two of them here that we're going to talk about. The first one is what we're calling the water mapping box. So this is basically a compartment that's the size of maybe an average to a small average bedroom, roughly 10 by 12. It is built with pressure-treated framing with half-inch lining. It could be used with either plywood or a composite-type material, which we have here. We typically want to stray away from OSB as the stream would start to break that apart relatively quickly. What you notice that's unique about this compartment is that halfway up on all sides of the compartment is plexiglass. So this provides a great visual for everyone surrounding the compartment to be able to see where the water's actually going. We also have a water mapping hallway. So again, this was modeled off the hallway that was used in the experiments for the fire attack study. It's roughly about 25 feet long. It's about 3 to 3.5 feet wide. It's open on both ends, and then we have a perpendicular doorway that you see there at the far end on the left-hand side. Same sort of construction as the previous prop. They're built off the ground on casters, so you can move these around the training ground. You can attach them to one another, and then you've got a hallway going into a compartment. And we'll go through a couple videos here to show the takeaways. So we remember from the takeaways for the water mapping portion of this that the more perpendicular the stream, the better coverage in the compartment. So you can see that as the nozzle operator brings that stream back to a very steep angle, the water's now going in all 360 degrees. That takes the water across the ceiling, coats all the walls in the compartment and down across the floor. As you see that angle get shallower in the compartment, all the water's going directly across and away from you, so you're not coating all the surfaces and cooling them. And we know that here in the United States, we flow high volumes of water because we want to cool as many surfaces as possible, contract the gases, take that fire back to fuel limited, and really knock it out. The side view here, you can see a perfect representation of coating the surfaces. As that stream comes in at a steep angle, you lose complete visibility of what's going on in the compartment because you've completely coated the surfaces. All the walls and the ceiling are getting wet instantaneously, knocking those gases out of play, contracting them, and really cooling the environment. The shallower that angle, you start to get visibility back because you're not doing as great of a job with surface cooling as you would with a steeper angle. So again, it's pretty down and dirty, quick, but very dramatic visuals to help get these points across. Then we take a look at the hallway. In this particular case, we're looking at a wall-ceiling wall application. So that's riding the wall up across the ceiling, back down the other wall, and then going back the other way. It's not too much different than an O pattern, with the exception that you're not coating that floor at the bottom. So you'd be wanting to hit that with an occasional floor sweep if you chose this application. What the prop shows, and this composite material does a great job of showing it, is that the water is not hitting off the hallway walls and bouncing across to the other side of the hall. The water hits that wall and is going to ride down that wall like a sheet and coat the surface instantaneously as it goes. What we notice, though, is when we do that same application and we pan around to that doorway, which would be the doorway into a bedroom, we can see that our water application in the hall is not getting any water in that bedroom whatsoever. So if that bedroom is what's on fire, the application of the water in the hallway is only to allow us to advance to actually get to put water in that compartment. And if we're not trying to get water in that compartment sooner, we're going to have to get up to the threshold of that doorway to actually be able to start to have an impact on this fire. So as we mentioned earlier, one of the ways to handle that is if you hear an audible change in your stream application, it's going to sound pretty uniform as you're riding the walls moving down the hall. But if you then suddenly hit a perpendicular surface, being that door frame, focus on that for a little bit and see if you can ride that up and down. When you do that, you can see how much water there, when we pan around the side, you can get into the room much earlier in that advance. So what are some takeaways of victim survivability from that previous study? Biggest and most important, fire conditions on size up do not translate to interior survivability. What I see on the exterior of the building is not at all representative of what might be indicative on the inside of whether or not somebody could survive. So where are we going with this? It should not be our job to be on the exterior of the building saying this room's survivable, that room's not survivable, this room's survivable. It should be up to us in the fire service to say, am I able to get in there and search that space? Is this searchable space, not is this survivable space? Because the data we take shows that the burn injuries don't directly correlate to fatality. It's really dose and time dependent as to whether or not these spaces are survivable. So obviously the survivability profile is going to decrease with the time of exposure increase. So the longer you're in there, the less likely you are to survive. Most victims are affected by toxic overthermal exposure, meaning the gases that any victim would be inhaling is much more lethal than any potential thermal exposure, based on the fact that the majority of the structure is going to be filling up with smoke, and our thermal threat is going to be isolated to really where that fire is. Proximity and elevation are key. So the closer to the actual fire inside the structure we are, the worse off we are. And the higher in the space, the worse off we are. Obviously, the space is going to fill from the top down. Therefore, the higher you are, the worse off you are. What are some takeaways for exterior water application? Steep angle provides maximum surface cooling. We just showed that with the videos in the props. Follow-up application limits regrowth. So if I choose exterior water, I need to make sure I'm coating all the surfaces in that compartment to buy myself the most time. If I'm a floor below that fire or several floors below that fire and I get water into the compartment with a steep angled stream, I know that I'm not getting the center wet. So I've got to do something else to follow up to buy myself more time. So I bring that stream back to the header, get better distribution in the compartment, and really take care of that fire. If I'm on grade or at plane with where that fire is, once I do my initial steep angle, we still want to do that first because that's taking the gases out of play, and you're going to see the most drastic improvement in conditions. If I'm at grade, I can get up to the window, put the nozzle in the window, and whip it around, much like the old nozzleman videos, whether it be a half bale with a smooth bore, turn it to a little bit of a fog on a combination, or just in an O pattern you're going to get what you weren't able to get with your initial stream. So the big three, like we showed with that initial air entrainment video, if you're applying exterior water, you want to get the most amount of water in the compartment with the least amount of air, and whatever you do, don't block the opening. So when we block the opening and it's not able to serve as an exhaust, we're then going to redirect that flow somewhere else. We've introduced high pressure in that compartment, and now it needs to find a new low pressure exhaust, so somebody is going to feel the effects on the other end of the line. The big takeaways for an interior advance: flowing and moving, meaning opening the nozzle and keeping it open in the entire time, is going to be the biggest, going to have the biggest positive impact to improve victim survivability behind the line. So think about moving down a hallway towards a compartment or multiple compartments on fire. If I open that line and I keep it open for the duration of the advance, I'm stopping the products of combustion from coming back over the nozzle crew, so it's keeping them in a safe space. It's also improving survivability behind the line, because not only are we stopping products of combustion from coming back over us, the line being open, we're utilizing that air entrainment from the stream to help bring in fresh air with us. So we're improving conditions everywhere that we've passed as we go, and we're really taking control of that space. An O pattern or a wall ceiling wall on your advance is going to maximize the surface cooling. The O pattern seems to be the easiest, most natural thing to do. A wall ceiling wall, you know, you're breaking the pattern and coming back the opposite direction. But with an O pattern, it seems fairly straightforward, fairly easy to replicate mindlessly, as long as you've done that on the training ground. And that provides a great means to block those products from coming back over you, while at the same time taking advantage of the air entrainment. Once we get to the compartment, we touched on the fact that we want to start out with a high initial application of water. We're going to coat all the surfaces simultaneously, take the gases out of play, bring that back from a fully developed vent-limited fire to a fuel-limited fire, and then we're going to drop the stream down onto the base fuels and finish the job. So proper water mapping wins, whether you're on the outside or the inside of the building. If you know that water is a line of sight tool, and if you're not seeing an improvement in conditions, change the angle in which you're applying water, change the surface in which you're deflecting the water off of, keeping in mind the things that we talked about with maximizing water, minimizing air. The point here about contraction outweighing expansion with solid and straight streams is simply referring to the concerns that arise around steam. So whenever we are applying a solid or a straight stream and we're maximizing our surface cooling, we're not going to have steam concerns, because the gases are contracting and the temperatures are dropping at such a high rate that that contraction is going to outweigh any concern from steam expansion that you might have. Another quick point on steam is that with the amount of water that we flow in the States, 150, 160 gallons per minute being fairly common, and we're rapidly cooling, the droplets are fairly large that are coming out of our nozzles. So a lot of the times these droplets are going into the layer, they're absorbing heat, they're cooling the surface, and then a lot of them are going to come right back down the other side. So a lot of these droplets from our host streams aren't even necessarily converting to steam, they might just heat up in the layer and come back down the other side. The last point here, total amount of water needed for 2 rooms post flashover was fairly minimal. Again, this was from the fire attack experiments, so it's focused on room and contents fires. We weren't looking at what happens if that fire gets into the structure, or if you need to open anything up for that matter. But several rooms that have gone post flashover, room and contents, it was less than 250 gallons to take care of those fires. One of the tech panel members on the fire attack study did a great job of kind of summarizing this for us, and they went with these terms. Knockback would be basically your first stage of extinguishment. So if you are off plane, meaning you're not at the same level in which the fire is, whether you're on the inside or the outside of the building, on the outside of the building, this would be a case where you're a floor below applying water to a room that's above you. Or let's say if you're on the inside, it could be twofold. You could be at the top of basement stairs applying water down, or you could be in a great room applying water up to the second floor to try and get your long distance relationship early. If you're off plane with the fire, the best you can do is start to get the fire knocked back. Once you get on plane with that fire, again, inside or outside, you're now able to get a better knockdown condition. So again, we talk about the exterior, get the stream up in the window, whip that around, better coat the surfaces. Now we're able to get more of a knockdown situation, or obviously on the inside, we're going to get down to the compartment and apply water in. In order to get base fire extinguishment, the nozzle's got to be where the fire is and where the fire originated from. So we've got to get inside the structure and inside those compartments that we're burning to really get things opened up and moved around, take care of any smoldering combustion that might become flaming later, and really put the fire to bed. With that, we've gotten our mind in the right place to be able to digest this information, and we've started to do a recap on everything that's been put forth up to this point. So the coordinated fire attack study, which we're going to be talking about now, again, is broken out into our three pieces: single-family dwellings, multifamily dwellings, and then a brief look into commercial strip malls. The goal of this study was to perform experiments in acquired structures to see what tactics that we've learned in the lab are going to hold true out in the street. We obviously try to design the structures and the experiments in the lab to be as realistic as possible, but there are limitations. So now we want to go to the street, we want to get buildings that you would respond to on a daily basis, and we want to perform those experiments in those to see what's going to hold true. Up to this point, the research that's been done has also been focused on tactics independent from another. So what we mean by that is all the previous projects looked at things by themselves. So we looked at horizontal ventilation, studied that through and through, best ways to do it, when you should do it, so on and so forth. Vertical ventilation, positive pressure ventilation and attack, different types of structural issues, and then again up to the suppression study, which we just reviewed. Now we want to say, all right, we know all the findings from these independent tactics. How do we put it together and make the best coordinated fireground we can? What's the best type of ventilation to apply when with a given type of suppression method? So we start out and we try and get everybody in a room. We'll talk about the tech panel here briefly, but we get a lot of fire service assistance in designing these projects and experiments. And we say, all right, what does coordination mean? And we had about an 8-hour discussion and still didn't come up with an answer at the end of the day. But the best we could come up with was a systematic approach to the implementation of tactics. And this is going to come into play whether we're talking about sequential or simultaneous operations. So whether that's ventilation preceding or coming after suppression, or whether that's ventilation at the same time as suppression, at the end of the day, it's all about timing and making sure that people know what's going on and it's properly communicated. So some of the outstanding questions starting out this project. One of the most important ones, is there a safe time window between venting and beginning suppression? So let's say that based on our response model, the truck company got there first and they're starting their actions, whether that be communicated and coordinated or not. If they start venting ahead of suppression, is there a safe time window? We know it's going to depend on what type of structure we're in, how big the structure is, where the fire's located, where the fire's going, how big the fire is, and then the specific type of vent tactic. Some are more forgiving than others, whether it be horizontal, vertical, or positive pressure. Can any venting begin after exterior water application and prior to interior extinguishment? So that question is getting around the fact that if a company gets there and chooses to apply exterior water, can we begin any ventilation measures then while they're transitioning to the interior? And then there's the lingering question of what if the fire room ceiling fails or the hose stream punches through during an exterior water application? So let's say you choose to apply exterior water. We've all seen the YouTube videos. The stream goes in the window. They may get an initial darkening down of the room, but then the fire just comes churning back and the stream's basically going through fire and nothing's happening. A lot of times that could be because the drywall or the ceiling surface has weakened and the stream that we're putting through there at 165 gallons per minute just punches right through the drywall, or it's weakened enough to the point where the drywall's actually dropped down. You might get lucky enough where it's a floor below where the attic space would be and it rides across a joist space and comes down into the compartment. But again, we know water mapping, it would be fairly limited to that channel. Or if you're on a top floor and that stream punches through, it might be going into the attic space or across the building into another room. So what happens? What are the visual cues surrounding that, and how can we have a positive impact? And then lastly, what type of ventilation method in conjunction with proper suppression is going to provide the greatest positive impact to victims? Like much of our projects, this work was funded through the Assistance to Firefighters Grants Program. So again, that's federal funding, and without this, we would not be able to do this vital work to be able to provide the why behind what we do on the Fireground. And with that funding comes the ability for us to put together a project technical panel. So for each of the projects that we're going to study inside UL, we put together a technical panel of fire service experts from across the country with a little bit of international influence sprinkled in. And really we want to get people from their first day on the job to senior chiefs that are retiring, from the largest metropolitan departments to the smallest rural departments, career and volunteer, you name it. We're trying to get people that are interested in a specific discipline, that have experience in that discipline, whether it be in their fire service experience or their outside line of work, and provide some guidance to us to help create a project that's going to be meaningful to you guys in the fire service at the end of the day. So the list of folks here you see is the technical panel for the coordinated attack study, a wide breadth of experience from across the United States. And their involvement in the project starts out at the very beginning. We get together for an initial meeting. We say, all right, this is the funding we were awarded, and these are some questions that we have, and here's some avenues that we were thinking about going about this. The tech panel might come in and completely derail it in a positive manner and say, no, we should go this way. This is much more impactful for the fire service, and then we'll pivot right there with them and find out a way to make it happen. They're going to come out to the experiments. They're going to help on the fly say, well, maybe we should be doing this type of suppression. This would be more applicable to the answers that we need. And then at the end of the experiments, they're going to be right there with us, diving into the data, trying to understand things and come up with conclusions that are going to be applicable. So we start out part one, single-family dwellings. Again, all the research to date, almost all of the research to date has been on the residential fire environment. So now we're seeing how that translates from the lab to the field. And we look at 8 structures in 2 different cities. We had the opportunity to travel to Sydney, Ohio, and Beaver Creek, Ohio. We looked at 8 different single-family homes, 3 of which were single-story, 5 of which were 2-story. We did 20 experiments across those 8 homes, 14 of which were second-floor bedroom fires, and 6 of which were first-floor kitchen fires. Again, those numbers and those scenarios, which we'll talk about shortly, came about with input from the project tech panel. So what are the variables we want to look at? Again, this is coordinated fire attack, so it's not just suppression, it's also ventilation. We want to look at the location of initial water application. Are we starting from the outside or the inside, and in what manner? Are we going to pair that with a given type of ventilation, whether it be no ventilation whatsoever, horizontal, vertical, positive pressure, keeping in mind that positive pressure could be attack or ventilation. The difference there being attack is during suppression, ventilation would be after. And then obviously hydraulic ventilation, which would be performed by the same crew putting out the fire. And then at the end of the day, coordination is about timing. So are we doing these tactics prior to suppression, during suppression, or after suppression, and what's the impact? We're going to cover the methods here, which kind of give you a basis of what we were looking at studying. So for bedroom fires, we're starting out bedroom fires. We remember those are on the second floor of the home. Method 1 was looking at interior fire attack with ventilation after fire control. So suppression begins, the crew gets there, they get to the compartment, knock it down and say, all right, fire's knocked. Now we begin a series of ventilation measures. These are all different experiments, but one would be no ventilation, so that gives us our base case. If we get in, we knock down the fire and don't do anything else, what happens in the building? Versus what happens if we turn that nozzle to a fog pattern or rotate a smooth bore and start to hydraulically vent out of the fire room windows, or if we're horizontally venting that floor or the floor above. Vertical ventilation either over the fire or remote from the fire, and then lastly positive pressure. And this is the sequence of events that you're going to see is fairly common throughout. So the first fire department intervention, we're going to get there, we're going to pop the front door. The crew's going to get ready, do their final click-in of their mask, and then we're going to start to advance. That little pause there, once the front door has been opened, gives us a good indication of are conditions changing right away based on that front door being opened, and can you see that from that vantage point? Method 2, now we're looking at interior suppression with ventilation prior to fire control. So if ventilation is preceding suppression, what does that look like? Same type of ventilation methods we're looking at. Again, 2 types of vertical, either over the fire room or remote from the fire room. And then the suppression crew is going to go in and take care of the fire. Method 3 would be exterior fire control. So now water's starting to be applied into the building from the outside, and we want to ventilate after the fire has been initially knocked. Either no ventilation, positive pressure ventilation, or taking all second floor windows at once, which we would consider horizontal ventilation, but trying to maximize that. Method 4, exterior fire control effectiveness. So this is really getting into that question of what happens if I apply an exterior stream and I'm not seeing a change in my visual cues at the window. The window is still venting fire. I'm not seeing any change based on the water I'm applying. Something's going on. I've got to do something else. So we went through a series of actions here that started with failing the bedroom ceiling. We didn't want to have a hole cut in the bedroom ceiling when the experiment started because we know that would affect the fire growth, and therefore we would have a different fire and wouldn't be able to compare it to something else. So we had it rigged up such that we would be able to drop out the bedroom ceiling after the room went to flashover. So the room goes to flashover, we give our countdown, we say, all right, drop the ceiling drops. We know that that might influence fire behavior a little bit, so we wait for that fire to steady out, and then we're going to apply our first means of water via the steep angle. So we apply the steep angle, we do it for a certain period of time. Are we seeing a change in cues or not? We're going to shut the line down, wait for the fire to recover, then apply the lentil hit, which again is the window header. We talked about getting us better distribution, and then see what that does. Then we're going to transition to the inside and go for base fire extinguishment. Talking about kitchen fires now, these are fires on the first floor of the building. Interior suppression with ventilation before fire control versus exterior fire control with ventilation post initial water flow. So what this is talking about here is, are we able to start doing those ventilation measures after exterior water while the crew is transitioning to the inside? Have we done enough with the fire that we can start to get the space cleared while the crew's still advancing on the inside? So we will jump into the tactical considerations. And tactical considerations, if you haven't heard of them at this point, is really our home takeaways or conclusions or summaries from the project that is for the fire service to figure out how to digest. So again, this is the information that comes out of the study that we think would be valuable. It's up to you guys to figure out how it fits in your response model on a given fire with a different type of structure, different weather conditions, so on and so forth. So because we're trying to build off of previous research and see what still holds in the real world, we want to look at those previous tactical considerations, some of which we highlighted at the beginning of the presentation, and see whether or not those still hold and what we see from this study pertaining to those points. Then we have 3 new ones that came about from this study. Timeline of coordination, so really hitting on the timing of our actions and what that impact is. Alternative hits during suppression. You've heard me mention it a couple times with the window hit or the door hit going on the inside before you get to a compartment. Again, that's something that from the fire attack study we knew was going to be valuable, but we weren't doing it in that study yet because that's when we found it out. So here was our first chance to employ that during fires and see what happens. And then lastly, local ventilation for remote occupants. We know that ventilation is not just applicable to near where the fire is, but it's going to be applicable across the structure. And what does that mean for anybody that might be trapped in a remote location? So starting out with water usage in residential fires. The chart you see there now is the water usage data from these coordinated fire attack experiments. The notation there on the bottom, max from suppression study was 257 gallons. That's talking about the fire attack study that we discussed in the beginning, and when we had 2 rooms of fire with fire coming down the hallway, knowing that it was just room and contents, but to knock out 2 rooms of fire with applying water on the approach, the most amount of water we used was 257 gallons. So that was out of an 1 3/4 line, 200 feet long, flowing 150 or 160 GPM to take care of 2 fully developed post-flashover rooms and use water on the approach, only 257 gallons. So keep in mind as we start talking about water usage throughout the presentation about how much you're showing up with on your given engine, whether it be 300, 500, 750, 1250. Keep in mind that as we move forward as far as how this would apply to your response model. So when we look at the chart for these experiments themselves, there's 2 shades of colors. The darker of which being the amount of water that was needed for fire control. So again, fire control being defined as the point at which the suppression crew said, all right, we've got the fire knocked down. They've applied water on the approach, they've got water into the compartment, their shoulders are past the threshold of the compartment, they're starting to get visibility back and they feel things are under control. So they call out on the radio, fire's knocked, then we mark how much water was used up to that point. Then any further overhaul or opening up of the structure, knowing that now we're out in the field in real buildings, we're not in lab buildings that we try and protect, any additional water there is used during that overhaul period or the mop-up period. But one trend you see across the board there even including overhaul and mop-up, we didn't have a single one of the 20 experiments where we exceeded 500 gallons of water. So again, go back to what we just mentioned previously with how much you might be showing up with a single piece of apparatus. Water mapping wins. If water goes where it needs to go, you do not need much for suppression. Obviously, there are unknowns about voids and pipe chases and where you might have fire going up into the attic and an extended operation, or where you're in a position as the suppression crew where you can't properly map. We'll talk about that in the garden apartment experiments. But if you get into a situation where you can't properly map and you just need to flow to be able to be where you are, you're obviously going to need more water. Different trends that you can pick out across the board, but again, the big takeaway being less than 500 gallons throughout. And that's with acquired structures and overhaul and mop-up. Speed of transition and regrowth. So one of the things from the fire attack study that we've hit on briefly was that if we don't do that follow-up application of water, when we're applying water from the outside, we're going to experience regrowth concerns relatively quickly by the time we get to the inside to finish up extinguishment, unless we do some sort of alternative means of distribution. So when we take a look at the top 3 charts there, these are temperature charts from fire rooms. The top 3 charts there are from 3 different experiments. They're all kitchen fires. You see on the left-hand side there, that starts our time 0. The time 0 in this case is right when the fire department intervention started. The blue shaded regions, you're looking at water flow. So we see that in all 3 of those cases, as soon as water starts flowing, the temperatures are going to drop. You see a little bit of a gap there where there's no blue shaded region, followed by a follow-up blue shaded region. That second blue shaded region is when we got up to the window, opened up the nozzle again, and wet what was in the middle of the compartment. You see the temperatures there. All the temperatures are going to continue to decline. We've now further wet the fuels in that compartment. We're not concerned about regrowth as much as we would have been before because we're confident in wetting those surfaces. The only outlier there would be in experiment 20 in the top right. Towards the right-hand side of the chart, you see the ceiling temperature start to rise again. That's an indication where we didn't get water to one given surface in a specific spot, and we started to see a little bit of rise. So obviously, increasing the speed of our transition is going to decrease any regrowth concerns. And then adding in our additional distribution of water is going to take care of that for us. Whereas if we look at the bottom 3 charts, now we're looking at second floor bedroom fires. With the second floor bedroom fires, I can't walk up to the window and put the nozzle in the window. So in this case, we didn't do any follow-up distribution afterwards, and we wanted to see what would happen. In all 3 cases there, you see that we saw an initial decrease in temperatures because of the water being applied. We did it at a steep angle, which we know had the most positive impact on surface cooling. But as soon as we shut that line down, we started to see temperatures rebound. We know that all the furniture inside of a compartment is not all against the walls. The bed is going to stick out 6 feet into the room. The dresser is going to be off the wall. So these things that didn't get wet during our initial application are still going to be burning. We might have taken the gases out of play, but we're still going to have fire in that compartment. So we see temperatures start to rebound, and obviously we need to get inside, be fairly hasty about that, and start to apply water from the inside and take care of base fire extinguishment. Effectiveness of remote application. So this is going back to build off of our long-distance relationship with the fire. Water is a line-of-sight tool, though. If I apply a stream into this room, I can't get the stream to go across the room, out the door, and down the hall. It's only going to go where I can physically see and where the water can be ahead of me. Because of that, the room configurations in these acquired structures are going to dictate how early we could get water into the compartment. For example, the 2 pictures on the bottom there, that's an example from one of the structures. I believe this was in Beaver Creek. The 3D schematic there you see is from the structure with the roof cut off. The fire was in the top floor bedroom on the alpha side of the building, so that's the closest towards the bottom of the slide. The 2 front windows on that structure were exhausting fire whenever we started intervention. Again, we wanted to look at fires that had gone post-flashover and were fully developed. And then the crew advanced in, up the stairs, and was going to take care of interior fire attack. So the picture on the right-hand side of the screen there is from the nozzle firefighter or the officer's GoPro on the helmet. And you can see that as we advance up the stairs, you look to the left, you can see through the banister burning, and then obviously the room on the other side that's gone post-flashover. So much like most of you would, we're going to start applying water from there at the stairs before we get up to make that turn on the same floor. This is an indication where I'm using the distance and the ability to be below that fire to my advantage. So I still have visibility, I can see what's going on. Any darkening that's going to happen from suppression is going to happen above me. So I can apply water and improve conditions in that compartment and on that floor before we even get there. Placement of a vertical vent hole. So this goes back a couple studies to the vertical ventilation study. And really, at the end of the day, what these single-family experiments showed us was that as long as the vertical ventilation opening was made in close coordination with the suppression operation, you were able to see a positive impact. That was a fairly narrow time window, such that if that ventilation preceded suppression by any length of time, you would start to see a deterioration in conditions. One of the interesting things here that we saw was that the improvement was most noted on the inlet portion of the flow path. So picture yourself as different crews. The engine crew that's going to be advancing in, they're going to open the door and they're going to work to the fire at the same time that the truck crew is going to be on the roof making that hole. So the inlet portion of the flow path is going to be from the front door through the compartments or the hallways to where that fire compartment is, and then obviously the exhaust being up and out the hole. So we saw the most improvement in the inlet portion, which is where this is going to come to validate the experience that a lot of people have on the engine company, saying as soon as that truck company opened that roof, I got lift and I was able to advance. That's validated here by the fact that we saw that improvement in the inlet portion. But any increase in time between that topside vent and proper water mapping on the inside, you would start to see a deterioration. So while there was a benefit to the vertical ventilation opening being made, it was very limited in manner, so obviously close coordination is necessary. Survivable spaces on arrival. Again, we talked about that with the fire attack study. A lot of this was validated here. Closer you are to the fire, the worse off you are. Elevation being key, the higher in the space, the worse off you are. One thing that was interesting was if you were in the inlet portion of the flow path, being the distance between the front door and where the fire is, once that front door got opened and fresh air started to work its way back to feed the fire, it actually improved conditions low in the space, which was an improvement for victim survivability, even though conditions above were deteriorating as the fire started to grow. At the end of the day, we come to the same conclusion. There's no clear-cut answer. It's extremely difficult to look at a building and say this is survivable and this is not, so we need to focus on where we can search and how we can clear it as the fire service as we make our advance. Timeline of coordination. Now we're out of validating previous tactical considerations and coming up with new ones. Basically, at the end of the day, ventilation closely timed with suppression is your win. So even closely timed suppression and ventilation, we would start to see some deterioration of conditions in the fire room. Meaning that if I was horizontally venting the fire room at the same time that suppression began, I could see fire growth, but it was limited to the fire room. So as long as you started to apply water in a fairly quick manner after you made that ventilation opening, that deterioration in conditions was limited to the fire room, which was already post-flashover at that point. We briefly touched on the fact that as that front door gets opened and you have fresh air draw in, you might get an improvement in conditions low as the temperatures drop and visibility increases, at the same time that that fire is growing and then deteriorating conditions above you. So obviously starting suppression early is key. Once you get the nozzle open, keep it open. We know the benefits of flowing and moving. And then ventilation is not just local to the fire and the operating crews. We've got to consider remote locations, which we'll touch on here in a moment. Alternative hits during suppression. This is the two experiments where we failed the ceiling to try and figure out what would happen and what you saw from the outside. So taking a look at experiment 13 on the left-hand side, you can see the depiction of the stream and the structure there. We cut the vertical, or the opening in the ceiling there to be perpendicular with the window in this case. So we dropped the drywall and the plaster and lath out of the way, but we actually left the rafters in play in this experiment. So we wanted to see if the ceiling had failed, but the rafters were there, were you able to get any sort of distribution that was a positive impact? Versus experiment 14, we put the hole in the ceiling lengthways and actually cut the rafters completely out. So now we were 100% confident the stream was going into the attic and away from this room to see what our benefits were. And at the end of the day, while you may have a change in visual cues, meaning the stream going in the compartment and you start to see darkening down, if you looked paired with what you would see with your eyes with a thermal imaging camera, the thermal imaging camera would show you that that heat was still there and you were not able to effectively knock that fire with the initial stream. As soon as that line gets shut down, the fire's coming right back and out that window. So then in both cases, we bring that stream back to the window header in the lintel and ride that, and that stream drops off into the compartment and gave us great suppression. Local ventilation for remote occupants. So again, this is talking about venting far from the fire, but in an area where an occupant might be. So for example, if you've got a kitchen fire on the first floor and all your bedrooms are up on the second floor, we can't forget about quick and rapid ventilation of the second floor as soon as water's on that fire. So experiment 10 is a case where no ventilation occurred after suppression. Experiment 12 is a case where we vented everywhere in a remote location as soon as water was on the fire. Obviously, 1 minute, 2 minutes, and 4 minutes afterwards, you've got great improvement in visibility, and you're starting to get conditions back to ambient in those areas. With that, we're going to transition to multifamily. So this is still the residential fire environment, but we've now got a higher life hazard. So, you have a question, Chief? Sure, yep. Yep, so in the fire attack study, we used 150 GPM and 75 PSI out of a combination nozzle. For a smoothbore nozzle, it was 165 at 50. And then for the coordinated experiments that we did here, it was either 150 at 50 on a combination or 165 at 50 on a smoothbore. Yep. Yep. So all of that varied based on the experiment that we did, and the best answer I can give you there is that all of these compartments, based on the structure, the given experiment we were performing, and whether it was this study or the previous, was we had a high enough heat release rate being comparable to your BTUs in kilowatts. The fuel load was high enough that the fire was going to be able to sustain post-flashover for the duration of the experiment. So that's the simplest answer to give here, is saying that we had enough fuel to keep these fires burning post-flashover for as long as we needed to study a given tactic. So for the single-family portion of this, again, looking at the single-family residential dwellings, we did not do anything with simultaneous streams at this point. It's definitely of interest to us. When we start talking about the multifamily experiments here, I'm going to get to a case where we actually had simultaneous streams coming from opposing directions, and it was actually needed in order for the crew to be able to advance, and we were able to get some good information out of that. But there's been a lot of discussion around, all right, so based on your response model, let's say the incident commander determines the first due engine is going to go to whatever window they want to put water in and send the second due engine to the inside. Do you have them stop flowing? Do they keep flowing? Everything we see on the research side says that if you're effectively mapping and you're effectively coating surfaces, you're not seeing negative impacts from water. So where you see negative impacts from water means you've got too much air and not enough water, and you've probably blocked an opening. So most things that we're seeing, and again, we're obviously going to be studying further, is that if you're properly applying water, it doesn't matter whether it's the outside or the inside or whether it's happening at the same time. Sure, say that one more time because I have to write. Okay.
What has a larger impact on the amount of CFMs? Gallon per minute or nozzle pressure?
All right, so the question was, what has a larger impact on the CFMs, gallon per minute or the nozzle pressure? So what we saw from the air entrainment was it actually was not necessarily about the gallons per minute or the nozzle pressure. It was about how it was being applied, meaning what type of stream it was and how fast you were applying it. So when we did the air entrainment experiments, we went through a variety of nozzles, a variety of flows, variety of pressures, and if you were flowing the same type of stream at roughly the same speed, that's what was driving the air entrainment, not at all how much water you were flowing or what the nozzle pressure was. Perfect? All right. So getting into multifamily, again, we're looking at a different structure type now. So we're looking at garden-style apartments. And garden-style apartments to us, again, it's a loose definition that could change based on your geography or where you are, but you see the structures here. These were in Cobb County, Georgia, in the city of Marietta, which was just to the northwest of Atlanta. They had an entire complex that was coming down to be able to build a highway. So we were able to luck out with getting a variety of buildings with all the same configuration, same size of apartment, same layout, so on and so forth. So type 5 dwelling, again, wood framing here. We had a lot of the key indicators of a multifamily dwelling that were of interest to us. We had common void spaces, common pipe chases. We had combustible balconies on the exterior, combustible siding and combustible exteriors themselves to really look into exposure concerns when you've got fire venting out of a window. And again, it's a 3-story building. It's going to be 2 from the Alpha side and 3 from the Charlie side. We focused on all single-bedroom units here. So we focused on the smaller of the units based on the fact that we had more of them to be able to compare. They had a kitchen, a dining room, living room, and a bedroom, and they were roughly 800 square feet. So fairly small in size, but again, it's the residential environment, just now in a different structure type. The ventilation openings that were possible in any given apartment would obviously be the apartment door itself. It could be the slider on the living room, which was, again, the full glass height door that would slide open. There was a window in the kitchen, and then a larger double window in the bedroom. This is a 2D top-down floor plan of the garden-style apartments. If we start out at the lower level, we remember we had 2 in the front, 3 in the rear. So the 3 in the rear gets us to our 2 lower-level apartments, which are on the Charlie side of the building. You see the staircase in the center there come down. You make a 180 and go back to 2 apartments. On the first floor and second floor, we had 4 apartments each. So we had 2 on the Alpha side, 2 on the Charlie side. What you notice here in the schematic, and what you might have picked up in the previous picture, which will come again, is that these buildings started out with an open breezeway. So what I mean by that is when we got there, the center stairwell was open to the exterior on both the front and the back. We wanted to look at a higher hazard scenario with an enclosed stairwell, so we built walls to block that off and put a single doorway on the Alpha side at the center. So what that did for us was give us the ability to study what would happen in the stair if a door got left open, if you employed one tactic versus another. How do you best protect the egress path? Knowing that if it was an open breezeway, you would still have some concerns, but it's got the ability to exhaust the smoke much easier, obviously, than the enclosed. From these plans here, if you just pick any one apartment and follow through with me, you see that the door from the stairwell opens into the living room. There's a small coat closet either to the right or the left. The living room goes out to your sliding glass door and your combustible balcony. You then go further into the common space where you have a dining nook to the side with a fully furnished kitchen on the other. And then you go farthest back into the apartment, past a bathroom into the bedroom. And then just before the bedroom, you see a square in the center of each of these units. That's your common pipe chase that ran throughout. It was fairly well fire stopped in most of these units. We didn't further fire stop it, and we didn't take away any fire stopping. We left it as is to see what would happen. This is a side cut here looking at the center stairwell itself. Again, we talked about the fact that we added walls to the front and the rear to make it enclosed. So the Alpha side on the left, Charlie side on the right. Again, 2 in the front, 3 in the rear. You come inside the building. You can either immediately go up the stairs to your 4 apartments above. You can go further back into that first floor and access your first floor apartments, or continue further back down the stairs, make a 180, and then 90 out into 2 apartments. The icons there that you see on the diagram are some of the instrumentation that we used in these experiments. The green triangles there are our temperature sensors, giving us an indication of what the temperature is at any given height in the stair. The blue circles there are our gas concentration. That's a 2-fold measurement for us. It tells us what's going on with the fire growth in terms of whether it's ventilation limited or not. We're looking at oxygen, carbon monoxide, and carbon dioxide. And that also, again, gives us insight into victim survivability and whether or not they'd be able to survive or breathe in a given space. The orange crosses there are our pressure measurements. That's, again, looking at the fire growth within inside the structure. And then outlined at the bottom here are the different scenarios that we were studying in these experiments. So scenario 1 was all lower level or first floor bedroom fires, and the big takeaway there was we were looking at fires with no fire showing on arrival. So you get there and you've got varying levels of smoke showing or nothing showing. We're going to employ a bunch of different tactics based on the fire location. Let's see what happens. Experiment 2A and 2B as a part of scenario 2 was taking a look at first floor bedroom fires, and we wanted to do our comparison of positive pressure. Positive pressure during the attack, so positive pressure attack, or positive pressure after fire knockdown, which would be PPV or positive pressure ventilation. Scenarios 3 and 4 were our suppression comparisons, inside first versus outside first. We also changed the fire location there. So if we had a first floor kitchen fire versus a second floor kitchen fire, how does our access or our placement of our stream play into those comparisons? And then scenario 5 and 6 were kind of unique. These experiments were set up to replicate some line of duty incidents that have been studied previously, local to the area here as well as across the states, where you'd have a lower level apartment fire and hazards above, whether it be a door that got left open to the stair and then you've got a high exhaust and now you've got crews advancing down the flow path, or whether it be fire that exhausts out the back of the building and starts to extend up multiple floors into the attic space. We want to take a look at that problem decoupled and see what conclusions we can get from that. Here's our furnishings. Top left, you see the kitchen. The kitchens were installed as is. Again, for these buildings, the occupants moved out about 90 days before we got there. So these buildings were in fantastic shape. We didn't have to do much with them. We didn't even notice any effects from the Georgia heat, really. And the rest of the furnishings we provided. So we got the living room furnishings, the bedroom furnishings. And again, as the previous question was asked, we furnished them enough to be able to sustain flashover in these compartments for as long as we needed during the experiment. The bottom picture there on the right-hand side is the enclosed stair. That's pictured from the vantage point of the breezeway door. So if I open that exterior door to the stair and stand there, this is what I see. I've got a staircase up. I can go to the back of the building, get to the first floor, or down to the lower level. Experiment 1A, no ventilation. Here's our base case. We're going to light a fire in the back bedroom. You see the damage there in the bottom right-hand picture. Everything in terms of ventilation openings in the building is going to be closed. All the windows in the fire apartment door, and the breezeway door. Here's our case of how big can the fire get based on the oxygen that it has without us doing anything about it. The only thing that showed during the exterior, the only thing that showed to the exterior during this experiment at all was what you see pictured on the bottom left. That corner of the building that you see there lines up with the corner of the building you see pictured with the damage in the bedroom. So obviously that's our fire room that's on the opposite side of that wall. As that fire grew and pressure built inside the compartment, smoke started to exhaust from cracks around the foundation and the walls. And then as that fire transitioned to ventilation limited, temperatures dropped, pressure dropped, we stopped seeing anything showing from the exterior. So that fire that you see there in the bottom right, you'd pull up to at a given point in the incident and not see anything showing from the exterior. You'd get down to the apartment door, pop the door, and obviously find floor-to-ceiling smoke conditions. In this case, because we let the timeline go out long enough, once that front door to the apartment was popped, we didn't see any increase in fire behavior because the fire was basically out at that point. So the crew advanced in, they just had a compressed water can with them, took care of any hot spots, and we moved forward. Experiment 1B, now we go to an open apartment door. The open apartment door simulates an occupant leaving, and now the path between the apartment and the egress is open, and we've got a dirty stair. So we left the breezeway door closed, again, simulating that that might be on a self-closer, so the occupants got out, that breezeway door closed, but the stairwell's open. So we've still got a fire in the lower level bedroom, but now it's got the ability to exhaust into the stair, which allows it also to have more air to grow. So the goal here is to see how much more fire that scenario can sustain based on the more oxygen it has. And obviously, bottom right picture there, you can see that we had more fire damage at the end. This actually required the crew using the hose line once they got down to the lower level, and again employed a flow and move. We know the benefits from that, from the front apartment door back into the bedroom, and took care of business. Experiment 1C, the video there is going to play here as I go. That's the ventilation crew getting ready to take the fire room window right at the time the engine crew is getting ready to make entry. So here's one of our coordinated cases where we want to see what happens if you make a vent on the opposite side of the suppression crew right before they start to flow water. So do we see benefits of having that vent ahead? So you see that the truck crew there is starting to take the window. By the time that he gets the window finished being taken and vented, you see that the suppression crew is already inside the compartment and the fire's knocked, highlighting the fact that that was a very closely coordinated sequence of actions, and again, sequence here being that ventilation preceded suppression. Everything started closed, so we obviously had the fire grow to its max potential in that bedroom, and then we started our interventions. Experiment 1D, very similar to 1C, but we added in a couple variables here. So we've got the same bedroom fire, everything's closed up at the beginning. We're getting ready to start our intervention. The truck crew gets ready to take that bedroom window. At the same time, the engine crew is getting ready to make entry. But this time, we're now looking at how are we going to best protect that stair. So not just is an event ahead of us of benefit, but what does protecting the stair look like? So we know that door control in single families is primarily to limit fire growth to help us get to where the fire is, whereas door control in multifamilies is going to be much more about protecting that stair. So in this case, the engine crew got in, popped the door to the apartment, made their advance, and as soon as they cleared that threshold, a firefighter stayed at the apartment door and controlled that on their advance to try and limit all those products of combustion coming into the stair. And then at the end, once that fire was knocked down, as soon as they called out over the radio, fire's knocked, they're going to turn that to a narrow fog and start venting that out the window and see what we get there as far as improvement in conditions. 1E was our PPA attempt number 1. So again, much like the Fireground, things aren't always going to go as planned. Again, these are real buildings, real fires. So we're trying to simulate a PPA experiment here where we've got a fire in the bedroom. Again, that truck crew is going to vent that window just prior to the start of suppression, and then we're going to turn a fan in right as that suppression crew starts to make their advance. In this case, the truck crew vented the window. We didn't see any fire light up. We're watching the data. We're saying, all right, temperatures are dropping. Something's going on here. As soon as we start to get a little bit of visibility in that compartment, we see that that bedroom door closed. So at some point during that fire growth, the pressure inside that compartment as it expanded and contracted pulled that bedroom door closed inside and basically suffocated the fire before we ever got to do anything with it. It was a fairly interesting experiment that we were able to get some information from at the end because it would simulate the scenario of a truck crew getting to a fire compartment before the engine, and they're going to try and close that door to the fire compartment before the engine starts applying water. We go to experiment 2A. This time we don't want to run into any issues with pressure changes in the door closing, so we take the door off and we take the window out of play. So now when we start our intervention, we've got fire showing from the window on arrival. Again, the bedroom window being open from ignition. Everything else in the structure is closed. So we ignite fire in the bedroom, we let that fire go post flashover, and then we start our intervention. In this case, we're looking again at door control to protect the stair. So the suppression crew is going to make entry. As soon as they clear that threshold, the control firefighter is going to close the door as best they can. And then once fire's knocked down, we're now studying PPV, so that's the fan after knockdown. Versus 2B, which is PPA. So watch as this video plays on the right. The suppression crew is waiting for the countdown from command. All right, open the breezeway door. We've got our brief pause. The crew's going to get ready for entry. You see the firefighter turn to the right there and see the smoke and fire venting from the window. As the suppression crew makes entry here, you're going to see them get in position on the first floor so that they're ready to flow water as soon as that door opens. So they're not getting the door open and then getting ready. They're ready to say, all right, you good? Perfect. Pop the door. You're going to initially see a release of pressure from that apartment because it's been under higher pressure, but right before the firefighter goes inside, you see all those gases go back and inside the compartment. We've now pressurized the stair with that fan. We're protecting the egress path, and they're advancing back towards the fire compartment. Obviously, this is a tactic that is requiring close coordination between different other actions on the Fireground because of the fact that you're having forced or induced air into the structure at the same time you're applying water. So it could be of concern if you're not able to properly map in a quick enough fashion. Experiment 3A, this was a standard interior fire attack. So we got our breezeway door open, the crew's getting ready for entry. You see a heavy volume of fire showing from the exterior. The goal with these series of experiments was to increase the fire size and the hazard as we went further into the experiments. So they get back, they get in position, they know that they're opening into the living room, which was just venting fire on the outside, so they're going to be met with fire here at the door. As soon as that door gets open, they're met with fire, they get that bail open, and they start flowing and working their way in. So again, a case where they're going to be dirtying up the stair a little bit more, but can we use the flow and move to our advantage to keep stuff back inside the apartment? Experiment 3B is exterior fire control. So this one we're going to let the fire get going a little bit more on the outside first. The window that you see there on the first floor venting fire is the kitchen. It's got a nice little corner there that's made up of the side of the building and the utility chase to be able to increase fire behavior and further rapidly spread that fire up the building. The fire is going to spread past the second floor, hit the eave line, right across the eaves, get up into the attic. It actually vented the second floor window and started burning contents on the second floor. The fire's also working its way around to the living room. You see the balcony there. You've got heavy, thick, dark smoke showing from that. We're not doing anything about that yet at this point, so we should expect that to light up here momentarily. Once we get basically this half of the building showing fire from the outside of the building, we're going to start our action. It's a little bit longer video, but I'm going to let it play out here. Again, keep in mind, if you show up at this point, be thinking based on your response model, what you're going to pull, where you're going to deploy the line, and what your actions are going to look like. So we've got now fire exhausting out of multiple openings on the first floor, auto extending up to the second floor, into the second floor, across the eave line, and into the attic. So fairly heavy volume of fire showing on arrival. Single inch and 3/4 line. This was a smoothbore nozzle, 165 at 50 with a 7/8 tip. And we'll see what kind of damage they can do here. We remember proper water mapping winds inside or outside. One thing you'll note, as soon as the nozzle operator opens that line, he's going to keep it open until he's up and has the nozzle through the threshold of that compartment. So much like flowing and moving on the interior is a win, flowing and moving on the exterior can be a win. If we're concerned about our exposure hazards, start with your application high. Take care of what's going on in the eave line in the attic. We know from the attic study that the eave attack is extremely effective. Drop that stream down, get some water in the second floor, continue to bring it down to where the fire originated, and then get the line in the window. You saw that he got the nozzle in the window. We tried to do some better follow-up distribution in wet surfaces. Same thing applies to moving to the other side of the utility chase now. Took care of the exposure concerns and extension first. Now we get the nozzle into the compartment that's burning. Right at the end, you're going to see the stream come back and hit off the top of the living room slider. That gave us our lentil hit to get water into the center and again take care of business. What you'll notice now is as the crew transitions to the inside and they pop this door, they're obviously not met with any fire anymore. The smoke is more of a gray as they've started to take care of extinguishment from the outside, and we have much less of a hazard to the protected egress path inside. 4A for interior suppression. So this was a kitchen fire on the second floor. We wanted to get the fire to wrap around to the living room and show itself from the living room slider. What actually happened was the kitchen ceiling failed, and as you could see here from this picture, we've got kind of thick, nasty structural smoke showing from around the building. We basically had the kitchen fire start burning up into the attic, so we changed up our plan a little bit, went straight again for the interior attack, up the stairs into the apartment. Couple truck crews with them, start getting the place opened up and take care of the fire. Experiment 4B, this is our exterior fire control, so we're trying to get the same fire here. Fire that originated in the kitchen, showed itself in the living room, and we apply exterior water first. This was one of those good cases where we hear about, all right, well, what if I can't apply exterior water because there's stuff in the way or there's balconies that are going to impede the stream. Here was a good case where there were balconies impeding the stream, so we were able to get the smooth bore lined up in between the banisters and then use the lentil or the window header to our advantage to help with suppression. Interior spread, this is experiment 5 where we're taking a look at the hazards of an unprotected staircase. So you see the nasty smoke conditions that the nozzle crew faced as soon as they tried to make entry into that from the Alpha side. Here's what the Charlie side showed in the bottom right there with fire exhausting out of that terrace level apartment. And we had a variety of different things we were looking at here. So we had a fire that originated in the terrace level apartment. We left the stairwell door open so the fire was allowed to exhaust out of that apartment and fill the stair. And then on the second floor we had 2 apartments that were left open. So this is occupants that left their doors open, either the closers didn't work or they caught on the carpet, and smoke started to fill those apartments. When smoke filled those apartments at the top, again, keep in mind we're 2 floors above the fire. One of those doors we closed relatively early on to show the impact of isolation, and then the other one we left open and went so far as to then go ahead and open the slider. So whether that slider is a truck crew that gets there and is trying to VES the second floor because they've got a report of somebody trapped and they don't want to go in the chimney, what happens if you make a vertical ventilation opening 2 floors above the fire, or what happens if that slider fails. Those were two kind of scenarios there. So when we talk about opening the slider 2 floors above that lower level terrace fire, here you see that slider getting opened. Again, it's all cabled and hooked up so we can do this remote from the ground. We pull that slider open. This apartment is 2 floors above where that fire originated from. You see the nasty, dark, turbulent smoke that's coming out of that slider and at the speed at which it's coming out. So at the instant that that slider got open, the fire that was showing out of the terrace level apartment in the back immediately went back into the apartment. That slider on the terrace level became 100% inlet. So now we've got the perfect scenario here, perfect storm. Inlet on the terrace level feeds the fire, churns it up the chimney and out the slider here. So inside this apartment, the temperature skyrocketed, gas concentrations decreased, and we saw pyrolysis on all the furniture here. It just didn't have enough oxygen to actually start flaming combustion. Experiment 6, exterior spread. So this is looking at the fire that's going to extend out the back, and we're going to let it run up all 3 floors via the balconies, run across the eave line, and start to get into the attic. Again, we left that sliding door open. We took the stairwell out of play here. We're just concerned about the stack of apartments with exterior spread. The interesting things about this experiment, we left the sliding door to the apartment above closed. The sliding door to the apartment 2 apartments above we left open. So just to see how fire and smoke would travel up the back of the building and how and if it would start to work its way into the building. This is the apartment that's directly above the apartment that's on fire. This is a view from the living room looking outside the sliding glass door. This sliding door is closed. Remember, it's the one that's above that's open. The flashing you see there is the fire raging on the balcony just outside that door. What you start to pick up on is the fact that the curtains on the window pyrolyzed and ignited before the sliding glass door failed. So there was enough radiant energy that transferred from the fire on the outside through the glass, ignited the combustibles before the glass even broke. And then shortly after the curtain caught fire, the glass itself failed, and then we had fire coming inside the unit. Here's a look at it from the Charlie side. This is from the crew operating in the rear. You see fire exhausting out of that terrace level apartment. On the left there, you see heavy smoke coming from the kitchen window. And again, we're just letting it go. You know, these are real fires, real buildings, real fuels. Let this thing walk itself up the back of the building, 2 floors, hit the eave line, get into the attic, and then let's see what we can do. The suppression method chosen for this was an initial line to the rear. What can we do? What damage can we do with 1 3/4 inch? Again, 160 GPM, 50 PSI. We had a backup 2.5 there in case things went awry. We had a master stream there. We also had 4 engines and 2 or 3 trucks on the alpha side ready to go in floor by floor should things go awry. So the crew on the Charlie side there has got their line ready. They're waiting for the countdown from us as command to say, all right, we're good with fire conditions. Let's go ahead and start to suppress this, and then we'll see what happens. Again, 1 3/4 inch line, flowing an average amount of water, and what kind of damage can happen given the dramatic visual of the fire showing from the building. This case, again, it was not dictated to the nozzle operator how to apply the water, just apply water as you see fit. So in this case, he started with water into the fire apartment first, took care of the flashed over compartments in the fire apartment, and then brought the stream up versus starting high and bringing the stream down. Different logic, but justifications for both. And you can see here over the course of less than 30 seconds that I've been talking, we've got this fire pretty much taken care of. Obviously, we're going to need to get lines on the interior to those floors, confirm that we've got things completely extinguished, and do any mop-up that we need. But we've covered the fire in the attic, we've covered the fire that's extended 2 floors above and into those apartments, and obviously the fire originating in the apartment itself with a single 1 3/4 inch line, properly placed, properly mapping its advance. So tactical considerations for multifamily. We're going to cover some of the same ones that we talked about for single families. Do they hold in the higher life hazard? Then we've got several new ones for this study. What are our best means to protect the egress, being that center enclosed stairwell? What's our timeline of coordination in this type of structure? What are some size up and construction considerations? And then simultaneous streams, which we touched on briefly. So for survivable spaces, this is looking at a table from the report, and it's looking at FED values. So FED is fractional effective dose, and what it tells for us is whether or not a space would be survivable, or whether or not somebody would become incapacitated at a given percentage at a given time. So what you see there on the right-hand side is that our values have a wide range. They go from 0 all the way up to 17. So what that tells us, again, confirms that there is no clear-cut answer as to what space is survivable or not, based on what amount of fire you have showing from the outside and what type of structure it is. Again, with this, we need to assume survivable spaces exist, and even more so with this structure type because of the higher life hazard and the potential for occupants to be trapped above where a given fire might be. Water usage for this set of experiments. Interesting stuff noted here. Obviously, this was a smaller square footage, less distance to be applying water, so some of the experiments used less water than actually what you saw in a single-family home. Our one outlier there being experiment 5. Again, 2 colors here to touch on real quick. The darker blue is exterior water, so that's any stream that was applied from the outside in, versus the lighter blue, which was water applied from the inside. So experiment 5 being our outlier there, that's where we had to apply water from the inside and the outside at the same time for the crew to be able to finish their advance and get into the fire apartment. But at the end of the day, every other experiment in this series, and you've seen a lot of videos so far about how much fire was showing from the outside, we're not even using 265 gallons of water throughout the duration. And again, real fuels, real buildings. Just something to keep in mind. If we're properly mapping and we're using the right amount of water in the right place at the right time, it doesn't take much. Gas contraction is something that stuck out to me from the fire attack study that I feel is pretty important to get across. It's something that I like to harp on from the fire attack study, in that if we are effectively surface cooling, the gas contraction is always going to outweigh the steam expansion. So the concerns about getting steamed or being on the opposite side of a hose line and feeling the negative effects, typically that's because of a change in flow path or suppression that was not conducted effectively. If you're conducting effective suppression, you're going to see exactly what you see in these 2 pictures. This is from 1D, which we remember the truck crew takes the window, the room lights up immediately, and the nozzle crew is right there ready to flow water. As soon as they start to flow water, you see in that right-hand picture, you're not having massive steam expansion outside that room. The gases are actually drawing back into that room. Basically, think about everything coming to the center in that compartment as they contract and the pressures drop. So as you are cooling from 1500 degrees down to 200 degrees, everything is shrinking. You're pulling hot gases from other spaces in the building, drawing them into that fire room and cooling them. A good comparison there to think about is if you take a gallon acetone or paint can that's empty, doesn't have any residue in it, fill it about halfway with water and heat it up on a camping stove. You're going to start to convert some of that to water vapor and steam, and then we're going to go ahead and cap it. So now we've got a closed vessel. If we take that off the burner and we go and stick that in a bucket of cold water, what's going to happen? That can is going to completely shrink down and shrink in on itself. That's the same type of thing you see here, but magnified at a much larger scale. So when you talk about that small little experiment, you're taking something from 212 degrees and cooling it to maybe 40 degrees, versus in a structure fire, 1500 post flashover degrees down to say 200 to 300. Contraction is that much more powerful. Impact of fire gases. So this is touching on the benefits of a flow and move approach on the inside of a building. What we're looking at here on the left-hand side is velocities. So that means how fast the gas is moving and in what direction the gas is moving. We're looking at it at the apartment door. So that's the door from the stairwell to the fire apartment. On the right-hand side, we're looking at gas concentrations inside the fire apartment. Again, much like before, the blue shaded regions are indicating the time at which water is flowing. So we see that as soon as water starts to flow, all of the gases at that doorway are going negative, meaning they're going inside. So because of that flow and move approach, we're pulling fresh air in behind us. It can exhaust out the window ahead of us. We're improving conditions behind us as we advance and don't let any products come back past us. That's improving survivability as we advance into the building. At the same time, as soon as water starts to flow, you see those gas concentrations improve. Immediately, the oxygen's on its way back to 21. Carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide are on their way back down. We're making things better by flowing water and keeping that nozzle open. Cool as you go. Here's an example from 3 different spots in the apartment: bedroom, living room, and kitchen. You see that the temperatures, as soon as that line gets open, drop like a rock, and what you see is they stay there the entire time. What you would notice is if we shut that line down to be able to advance, so for example, we opened the front door, we flowed water from a fixed position, and then shut down to get further in, immediately that fire that's still churning in the bedroom is going to be pumping out stuff back over us. So we want to take control of that space, keep the line open, and cool as we go. Alternative hits. This is a little snapshot from the video that we saw before of the exterior application. There was a little bit of fire lingering left in the center of the compartment, so before the line gets shut, just bring it back to the window header, deflect it off of that, get the water to drop down and take care of business. Impact of isolation. So here are a couple experiments where we take a look at isolated versus non-isolated. Experiment 1E that says isolated fire room there. That was our PPA attempt number 1. So that's where we tried to get the fire to do what we wanted to, but the door to the bedroom closed. When it did that, it actually showed us what it would look like if the truck was able to get to the bedroom or the fire room and close that door before the line was ready. We see that we've obviously got more survivable conditions in the common space than we would in the case where we weren't able to isolate that room. Apartment H and apartment F there, this was from experiment 5, which was our interior spread. So that's where we had all that nasty smoke and fire coming up the center stairwell. These are the top 2 floor apartments. Both of those had the door open from the very beginning. But apartment H that you see on the bottom left there, we closed the door fairly early. So any smoke that was in there was just lingering and lazy, never fully descended, and we didn't get any hazardous conditions in that apartment. Whereas you now see what I was talking about in the exposure apartment with the door left open, where the furniture is now all pyrolyzed and was about to start burning. So protect the egress path. Here are some means that we can best protect the egress path, knowing that these tactics may work for you guys and may not work for you guys depending on the response model. The first of which there in the top left is talking about positive pressure attack. That could be compared to much like a high-rise building where you're going to go and you're going to create an attack stair or a egress stair where you're going to pressurize that stair and try to keep it protected. Same sort of thing applies here. The fan got placed at the breezeway door. At the same time the engine goes in, the fan gets turned on. They're trying to pressurize that and keep all the nasty stuff in the fire apartment. That's one way to be able to protect the egress. The next would be door control that you see in the top right. So the suppression crew gets to the apartment, opens the door, starts their advance. One firefighter hangs at the door to be able to help manage that kink point, but at the same time be able to keep the door closed and limit stuff exhausting into the stair. We know that because they're doing a flow-in move, that's also going to further help keep stuff coming from behind. Bottom left there, we see interior attack. Obviously, it's going to be the dirtiest of them all, but keep in mind we have these other means to be able to help protect the egress path. If the egress path is not as of a concern, meaning you've searched and exited those spaces prior to commencing the attack, or the breezeway is open, by all means have at it. When you see on the bottom right there, initial exterior fire control, when we've taken care of darkening down some of that fire from the outside first, we see there's much less of a hazard in the egress path for the stair. And then other means of protection, flow and move suppression. We talked about how you're taking control of your space. And then lastly, hydraulic ventilation. This series of experiments for me really showed the benefits of hydraulic ventilation magnified much more so than I've seen previously. So the one case where we had a bedroom fire, we knocked down the bedroom and then turned the nozzle to a narrow fog and started flowing out the window. Keep in mind, we're 3 rooms deep inside that apartment. Because of the fact that we had the apartment door open and limited ventilation elsewhere, when the nozzle firefighters started employing hydraulic ventilation, they were able to pull smoke from the 2nd floor stairwell landing down the 1st floor in the apartment, through the apartment and out the window. So hydraulic ventilation in itself, just by the crew that went in and knocked down the fire, not any sort of truck crew or any other firefighter involvement, just the crew that was doing the fire suppression, hydraulically ventilated, they were able to clear out the egress path just as quickly as you would with a fan or any other means. So then we start putting the pieces together of how can you combine this to have the most effective attack. Are we going to pressurize the stair? Are we going to rely on door control? Are we going to rely on getting some water in from the outside first if we've got a good presentation of fire? You know, how can we put this into our response model and see where it fits? Timeline of coordination. This is broken out into 3 pieces. So there's uncoordinated ventilation and suppression, coordinated ventilation and suppression, and then coordinated suppression and post-suppression ventilation, meaning we're going to coordinate ventilation after suppression. What this here just shows is that whenever we're not coordinating our ventilation, things are going to deteriorate. On the left-hand side, 1B and 5, those were 2 experiments where the apartment door got left open. Obviously, fire is going to continue to grow and spread out into the stair. On the right-hand side, we performed ventilation to try and get the fire to do what we wanted it to do. So it wasn't considered a fire department intervention, but we're able to get some information from that at the end. So in experiments 3A and 4A, We ventilated the kitchen windows to try and help that fire move around that space and get those compartments to flash over. It also gave us some good times to see the time window then between when we make a vent and when we'd start seeing things go bad. In experiment 3A, anywhere between 1 minute and 2 minutes was our time window between making a ventilation opening and that compartment transitioning to flashover. Experiment 4A, it was just about over 1 minute. When we talk about coordinated, I'm going to go quickly through this. These are 4 experiments where we closely timed suppression and ventilation, whether it be just prior to suppression or just after, and things were successful across the board. We see there on the bottom, door control was effective at limiting the inflow of fresh air, not just exhausting the products of combustion, so that was stopping the fire growth itself inside the compartment. And then 2A and 2B, that was our PPA versus PPV. Post-suppression ventilation. So we learned from the single families that we want to ventilate remote spaces as quickly as possible once water's on the fire. Same thing goes here. For experiment 1A, which is what you see on the top there in the schematic and the text on the left there, where we didn't do any sort of ventilation after suppression, the CO didn't drop below IDLH thresholds until 618 seconds after fire was knocked down. So that smoke was just sitting stagnant, keeping those spaces not survivable, even though the fire was knocked down well beyond past any sort of suppression. As soon as we do hydraulic ventilation, we're considering this a pull source, meaning that the nozzle firefighter operating the hose stream is at the ventilation opening, pulling the smoke out, versus the fan where it's pushing fresh air in. In this case, we saw that the CO dropped below IDLH thresholds in just over 2 minutes. In the case where we did PPV, which was our push source, and we pressurized the space with fresh air, it was a little bit over 2 minutes, closer to 3 minutes, but again, drastically different compared to not doing anything at all. So for size up and construction considerations, when we pull up to a building and see fire that we see here in this picture coming from multiple openings on a given floor, extending up to apartments above or the eave line and attic space above, what are things we need to think about? What is the type of construction? What is the siding made of? Are we concerned about combustible balconies? What is my exposure concerns? Again, is it the attic or is it occupied space above? Do we have much of a fire presentation showing at all? If we just know that the fire's on the first floor and maybe it's just starting to lick out the windows, or the truck crew's going to take the window for me, maybe I just head straight inside, get ready to do my interior attack, protect the stair that way and push in. Or if I'm concerned about exposure concerns like this, maybe I need to start with exterior water, darken it down, get the eave line, drop the stream in, and then move inside. At the end of the day, the big question comes around whether or not your stairwell is enclosed. And if your stairwell is enclosed, is your stairwell dirty? So as you get there, pop into that stairwell and say, is this clean or not? That might help dictate your actions. If that stairwell is clean, it could be much like a high-rise building where you might want to clear exposure apartments before you open up the main fire apartment door. It could be the same case here. Whereas if that apartment door was left open and you've got a dirty stair, maybe I need to head there first to be able to protect that egress path. So for flow path awareness, experiment 1B on the left, that's where our fire apartment door was left open, but we had no other exterior openings. So we didn't see too much of a deterioration in conditions in the stair. Also because the front door was so far back from where the entryway to that lower level apartment was. Whereas experiment 5 on the right-hand side, we know we had a lower level inlet and we had a high level exhaust. So now we again have that perfect storm where as soon as we make an opening and try to advance, we're going to experience rapidly deteriorating conditions on the inside. So simultaneous streams. The 3D cutout on the right-hand side there, the two nozzles that you see were the positions of the crews on the inside and the outside when they were flowing water. The side Charlie views there were what you were able to see from the exterior and how the crew applied water. We didn't have any vantage point of the crew on the inside. You would just see a black screen and a lot of people trying to get a lot of water flowing. So this was experiment 5. Again, the crew is trying to enter into that chimney and push downstairs. They were able to get in and flow water in a manner that they could occupy the space, but not properly map their advance. So if we look at that schematic of the building, we see that the interior crew would have to go back the first floor, down the stairs, make a 180, go back towards side alpha, and then turn into the apartment. Well, from the first floor, no matter how much they try, they're not going to get water to map where they need to get what's burning. So they were able to flow water to be able to occupy the space, but they could not make the advance down the stairs. So they held their position in the stairwell, kept flowing water to be able to occupy the space, and called for an exterior line. And then we had the crews from the Charlie side flow into the apartment as best they could. We remember the takeaways from the fire attack study. What's our best means for exterior water? Perpendicular to the opening, steep as can possibly be, minimal air, don't occlude the opening. Well, you see the first application of water there in the top left. It's not really effective at all in terms of what we would consider ideal, but it was drastically had a positive impact on the inside of the building, meaning that even though the angle was shallow, even though it was not perpendicular to the opening, even though they were far enough back that the stream was starting to break up and entrain some more air, the fact that they got water in that compartment was the win, and they were able to start dropping temperatures. They repositioned, you see there in the bottom left picture, closer to more perpendicular, got the angle a little bit more steep, and were able to further knock that fire down to the point where the crew on the inside that was in the exhaust portion of the flow path this whole time. So keep in mind all our concerns about opposing hose streams and being on the opposite end or being in the exhaust portion of the flow path. If we're properly mapping and properly applying water, this crew that was on the inside in the exhaust didn't feel any negative effects whatsoever. They actually felt relief and said, okay, thank you, now we can get down the stairs. So once that exterior line is flowing, they're able to get down the stairs on the inside, make the turn, get into the apartment, and take care of business. Chief, any questions so far for multifamily? All right, perfect. We'll bring it home with strip malls. So for strip malls, this was an exploratory look into commercial style structures. So up to this point, again, we're primarily looking at the residential fire environment, whether it be single-family homes or multifamily dwellings, which is basically the residential environment just in a different structure type. Here, we're starting to get into a different animal. So we're not going to answer all of our coordinated questions with these experiments. We're not going to really come away with too much takeaways other than what is this fire doing inside this structure type. We know that the water is going to map differently because we've got drop ceilings. The fires are going to behave differently, but how does it compare to the residential environment? So for these, we headed out to Fairborn, Ohio. We seemed to really find a lot of buildings in Ohio for this series of experiments, but it worked out perfect. Fantastic host departments. This was Fairborn, just outside the city of Dayton, and we instrumented this strip mall. We conducted 7 experiments. The experiments here were primarily looking at ventilation, not so much suppression or coordination, but really to try and open our eyes and say, how do fires burn in this structure type? We focused on horizontal ventilation and then a combination of horizontal and vertical, and did some experiments highlighting the need for coordination. This was our structure here. You see it in the top right there from the alpha side. It was an L-shaped building with multiple occupancies of different size. The shortest occupancy in depth was about 70 to 75 feet in depth. The shortest in width was about 30 feet wide, and the biggest of which we used was about 70 or 75 feet wide by 70 feet deep or so. Charlie side of the building, you see there in the center left, CMU block walls with steel man doors to the rear. It was unprotected bar joists, which we'll talk about here in a little bit as far as the roof structure goes. The picture on the right in the center was a little bit more of a close-up of the alpha side of a given unit. We see full plate glass windows across the front with a little aluminum transom on the bottom. And then on the bottom right there, that was our fuel load for these experiments. So we left the drop ceiling in play. Any places where the drop ceiling was missing, we added tiles back in, so it was a complete uniform ceiling. And then we provided the fuel. You'll notice that the fuel here is much different than we used in multifamily or single-family dwellings. So the fuels here, what we used, are called commodity boxes. So this is basically a cardboard box that's filled with hard plastic, which is polystyrene cups, and they are layered with cardboard inside of them. So it's not cups stacked within one another. It's a row of cups, a layer of cardboard, a row of cups, a layer of cardboard. And these are very well characterized in the lab. So it gives us that heat release rate value of how much fuel we're putting in this space. It's a very repeatable fuel, and it's a fast growing fuel. So this was a fairly good representation of what type of fuel you might have in a given commercial occupancy, whether it be rack storage, in office type space or so on and so forth. The one thing you don't see here that we want to expand on in future research would be adding in some sort of actual rack shelving to be able to provide some more obstructions for the hose stream. Again, this wasn't a suppression study. We're just trying to see how things burn. 7 experiments. Again, we briefly touched on the fact that we're looking at both horizontal ventilation and vertical ventilation. You can see when the front windows were all taken there in the bottom left what fire conditions look like. We actually installed vertical vents ourselves in one of the units there you see in the bottom right. We did 4 4x4 holes to give ourselves 64 square feet of vertical ventilation that we were able to open remotely from the exterior on the ground. So we could call for 1 vent, 2 vents, 3 vents, or 4 vents, be able to close them if we wanted to, and get an idea of what was going on inside the structure. So we always do our base case. In experiment 1, we light the fire inside the compartment, leave the doors closed, leave the windows closed, no ventilation, let the fire go and see what happens. In this case, we saw an initial rise in temperatures, the space filled with smoke, the temperatures increased, the pressures increased until there was no more oxygen available for combustion. At that point, we know we're going vent limited. The temperatures are going to drop, the pressures are going to drop, things are going to shrink back down. You see there in the bottom what the fuel load looked like at the beginning compared to what the fuel load looked like at the end. Because we didn't give it much more oxygen, we see that there was a whole lot of fuel left at the end. So we know that we had enough fuel to sustain the experiment, but we didn't have enough oxygen to be able to burn it all up. Now we do experiments 2 and 3. We're starting to look at varying options of horizontal ventilation. So we get there, all right, what happens if we sequentially take vents? So let's take one of those window panels, then we'll take 2, then we'll take 3, versus going up and taking them all at the same time. Much like the residential environment, depending on the structure size and the volume, you're going to see an increase in temperatures. We see on the bottom left chart, when we take one window, we get a slight step up in temperatures. Again, we're allowing more oxygen in to allow more fire, to allow more to exhaust. Then we take 2 more windows, and you see the floor temperatures actually come up, meaning we flashed over the space. On the right there, we see that initial increase in temperatures. We tried to catch it at its peak before it went vent limited, take the glass all at once, transitions the space to flashover, but because we provided so much ventilation, the space actually stratified again, meaning there was cool air in low, hotter gases coming out at the top. Here's pictures of what that looked like on the bottom. The horizontal openings on the left there, we see we transitioned the space to flashover. It again went back to a cooler temperatures low, higher temperatures high. And then on the right-hand side there, 50 seconds after the ventilation openings were made, the space has obviously gone to flashover. So now we get to experiment 4, which is taking a look at double the volume of space, but the same amount of horizontal ventilation. So what if we have much more volume on the inside, but the same amount of windows up front? So we see there at ignition, 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 4 minute. At ignition all the way up to 2 to 2.5 minutes, we don't see much of a change. We see the fire just starting to get going in the boxes. At 3 minutes, we start to see a drastic change as that exponential growth takes off and the fire starts really growing inside the space. By 4 minutes, the smoke layers dropped all the way down and we've completely blacked everything out. When we look at the temperature chart in the top right, we see that the temperature started to rise and we experienced an initial brief flash inside the entire volume, and then it went back to being stratified, slowly increasing temperatures until we started to do different means of suppression. Horizontal and vertical, this was our one coordinated experiment for the series. So we actually popped a topside vent at the same time that suppression started, was very effective. The topside vent allowed the gases to exhaust as we were suppressing them. You see that time stamped in the picture in the bottom left. There are other concerns with vertical ventilation on these type structures, obviously being unprotected bar joists. We'll talk about collapse here in a little bit. But this was effective, at least in terms of fire behavior. Great job at getting the hot gases out as we were suppressing from the front door. Knowing there, as you can see from the picture, that we limited horizontal ventilation to keep those temperatures lower. Experiment 6, now we start messing around with vertical ventilation sizes. You can see there on the right-hand side, 30 seconds after the first vent. The first vent was 4 by 8 in size. The tech panel guidance to us said that that was roughly the size you'd start with in a commercial space if you were going to employ this tactic. And then we went ahead and enlarged that to double the size, 64 square feet. What does that look like? What does that look like for us at the front of the building? The front door was drawing fresh air in at about 15 miles an hour, and each one of those exhaust vents, because of how this efficient became, fresh air in, hot exhaust out, was about 30 miles an hour of exhaust out those vertical vents up top. So obviously the floor temperatures rose and we flashed over the space. Now we get to experiment 7, worst case scenario, maximum vertical ventilation, maximum horizontal ventilation. We see that we flashed over the compartment entirely. We've got fire out the front and fire out the roof vents. Temperatures stay high throughout. Again, things that we know from the residential environment, more air, more fire, but we want to confirm that this is going to hold true in commercial. So just 3 tactical considerations for the strip malls. Again, it was an exploratory look. But if we talk about timeline of coordination, there's something to be said for withholding ventilation in these type structures until our water's in place and flowing. Because even though we're applying water, these structures are of such large volume that if we start to make horizontal vents, we might not be appropriately mapping enough to counter the horizontal vents as they're being made. So again, as we limited those vents, we still had much of the fuel remaining, and we were able to keep that fire at a relatively low size. Obviously, adding additional oxygen via taking windows, we're going to start to see an increase in temperatures. And then coordination, whether it be through suppressing with horizontal ventilation or suppressing with vertical ventilation, or just suppressing period and ventilating thereafter, knowing that our occupant survivability is not as much of a concern in these type structures is something to consider. So initial size up and fire growth. This is the second consideration from this study, and this series of pictures is looking at experiment 4. This is where I talked about twice the volume for the same amount of ventilation up front. What we started to notice was this phenomenon of this pressure buildup and this pressure wave. We saw it in a very, very early on experiment, but we didn't think too much about it. We just thought it was a fluke where the fire grew in size. It built up enough pressure to pop the front door open, and then we had to force it closed again, where in this case we left the front door open. And what we were noticing was that the fire is able to outpace the amount of ventilation it has. So keep in mind that in a normal residential building, our ceilings are 8 foot, and our doors are going to go up to 6 or 7 foot. So there's not too much of a space between the top of the door and the top of the compartment. Whereas in a structure like this, our door height is the same, but I might have 8 feet of space between that and where the actual ceiling deck is. So I can support a lot of fire growth before it's able to actually exhaust out, and the fire is going to grow so quick that it outpaces the amount of ventilation it has, and it's going to need to take a big burp and exhaust all of this pressure out. So in this case, the smoke that exhausted out of this structure went out 75, 100 feet. It lasted for almost a minute, 45 seconds or so. I'll show a video of it here coming up, but this is a fairly common phenomena that you see. You see all these videos come out on YouTube. If you guys have seen the Alpha Bowling Lanes video from, I think it's up in New York, you see this just pressure wave coming out of this building. The recent fire that they had in LA City, it was likely some sort of pressure-driven phenomena like this, more so than compared to an explosion. So for commercial type occupancies, this is something we need to be thinking about. And when we talk about size up, maybe it's not positioning a rig right in front of the building or right in front of the door. Maybe it's thinking about, all right, do we need to wait for this wave to pass, or can we catch it beforehand? One thing we did notice was that if we took all the vents, we were able to alleviate that pressure wave, assuming obviously that it was followed up at or right after with suppression. But we'll show a video here of what this looked like actually in real time. Much like you guys would in the fire service, we positioned our trailer and our data operations right in front of this building. We came to regret that soon afterwards because we couldn't close the window quick enough. Our trailer's positioned right there in the bottom of the screen. We're like, all right, what's going on? Why is this smoke coming towards us? Wait a second, this is what's going on. All right, this is filling up. I can't breathe. I don't know what's going on. We start exiting the trailer. You see all the crowd start to move around. Look at the smoke coming out of that door right there. It looks like there's a fan on the opposite side of that blowing that directly at where we are. That's pure fire dynamics that's not driven by any wind, no fan, there's nothing induced. That's purely how commercial buildings and this type of structure with the ventilation openings are going to behave. And then we see that as soon as it took its big exhale out, it was like, all right, I'm good now. I'll start inhaling some more air and exhausting up high. We look at it from a closer vantage point here. You see that we've got a real nice collection point with this awning that's like 12 feet deep, really high. but this smoke is coming out at such a high velocity, it's completely bypassing that. And as it's taking its breath out, that smoke layer is dropping in the compartment. As the smoke layer drops, temperature rising, and then we start to experience a brief flashover while it's doing this exhaust. So if you look at this, I mean, this is coming out of this door at 30 miles an hour. There's no way that you're going to combat that with a stream. You're not going to combat it with a fan, nothing. You can alleviate it, again, by taking the windows or starting to apply water or waiting it out. It's so fast that it picks up material off the ground and throws it into the parking lot. You see that as that layer drops down, then we start to get our flaming combustion as we get that oxygen burning. The space transitions to flashover briefly. It says, all right, I'm good, and then it starts to go back to its normal behavior. But it's a phenomena that you may see on a commercial building and should give you pause or at least thought to where you're showing up in the incident and how your operations might play out. One last vantage point here, and then we'll move forward. So again, this is from the other side. You can see how horizontal it's coming out before that buoyancy is even allowed to take over and bring it high into the air. Dropping within that doorway as the layer goes. You can see the air currents that are picking up on the sidewalk here just from being in proximity. Again, wasn't any wind that day. Right as it gets to the bottom there, you start to see some little flickers of flame, but this is a long duration event that looks like something is going on, whether it's a fan, whether somebody did something on the other side, but this is just purely fire behavior. And then last but not least, for commercial strip malls, the construction of these type of buildings is something that should give us pause and consideration for our operations. The schematic in the top right there shows the roof construction for this particular structure. We had CMU walls in both the Alpha and Charlie sides of the building. We had an I-beam network about halfway back, and then our unprotected steel bar joists ran from the A to the C side. Two sets, one that brought us from the front to the middle, and then the second that brought us from the middle to the back. Those, again, were unprotected from the bottom side, as you see there to the left. You had a drop ceiling throughout the entire space, so you couldn't see them, but we know that as that fire gets going, that aluminum channel holding up the drop ceiling is going to warp, those tiles will fall down, and now you've got fire exposure to actual structural members. So you see the damage there on the left-hand side. We didn't let these experiments go for all that long, and not every single one of them even transitioned to flashover, but even those that didn't, we saw significant deterioration and deformation of these beams. So much so that because of the beam orientation running front to back, we saw that the CMU walls in the front and the back would actually push out. We'd start to see cracks in the building. We needed to establish collapse zones, keep the crews back. Again, another reason why this was not a suppression study, it was a figure out what these buildings do study. With that, one of the interesting experiments that fortunately happened very early on in the series, we actually had a complete failure of the roof system. What was interesting to us is that early on in the experiments, as these beams heated up and pushed out, we started to see some cracks in the walls, but they stopped. In this set of experiments, we actually had what are called string pots or string potentiometers up on the roof in a network that would be able to tell us whether that roof is moving up or down or in any fashion. As the fire grew within the space, we saw the roof actually lift up. So the fire created such a pressure that the roof actually lifted up, and then as that fire started to go vent limited and darken down, it then brought itself back down to normal. But after that fire event was over and after the experiment was over and we were getting ready to begin mop-up operations, the beams cooled enough that they pulled off of those walls that originally had been moved out when they heated, and then it dropped the whole roof in. So this was pretty eye-opening for us, that 30 minutes into the incident, the fire's completely knocked, things are good, we're taking a breath, all right, the experiment's over, and then all of a sudden the roof drops as those beams cooled. So again, these type of structures can provide some high hazards to us, and we need to really be cognizant about what we're doing and whether or not we're concerned about actually getting inside of these, for any potentially trapped occupants. Limiting ventilation, minimizing crews operating on the inside of the building, so on and so forth, knowing that the structure itself is a large hazard to us. With that, that's about all I've got. I know it's a tremendous information dump, so I appreciate those of you that are still there and still watching at the end of this. We've covered some takeaways from single families, from garden-style apartments, and then a brief look into strip malls. Our website, ulfirefightersafety.org, has all of this information on there. You can download the reports and get as deep as you want to. You can go to the videos that we have and watch all of these experiments play out and see all this phenomenon happen. Again, ulfirefightersafety.org. These are all of our social channels: Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Gmail. And then last but not least, this is my contact information. That is my email address and my cell phone number on there. It may take me a little bit to get back to you, but I will respond to you. So any of you that have questions, whether it be about the research that we just talked about, or you have experience that contradicts what we're showing, or you have questions about it, or maybe an idea for future research, please don't hesitate to reach out. And I welcome any feedback, and thank you all for your time. Any questions, Chief? Perfect.
Thank you much, Keith. Great stuff there. As we close things up today, just a couple of closing remarks. This entire presentation will be available on the Howard County Department of Fire and Rescue YouTube channel a little bit later today, and it'll be archived there, so it'll be available for future viewing. Thank everybody for attending. A couple of quick thank yous. Again, Keith Stakes, thank you for the loan from UL to provide that valuable information for us. And again, thank you, Lieutenant Josh Burchick from Howard County Fire and Rescue, Engine 7, for very, very excellent presentations today. Also, I'd like to thank the committee members that worked on this project over the last several months. That'll include Battalion Chief Steve Hardesty, as well as Captain Josh Hummel, Captain Brandon Tebow, Captain Craig Matthews, Firefighter Debbie Jenkins, of course Keith and Josh involved in that process, retired Battalion Chief Gary Jones, as well as Celeste Flynn. And in closing, let's remember what Celeste said in her intro video. Let's give 6 minutes for Nate every day. 6 minutes for yourself, 6 minutes for your family, 6 minutes for your crews. Again, 6 minutes for Celeste, and most importantly, give that 6 minutes for Nate every day. Thank you all.